Okay, and we are live. So, hey, everybody, and welcome to the show. As always, I'm Game Master Roger. This is my neighborhood. And I am joined today by a couple of the usual guys here. We got Jason and Decado, who always join us. And below us here, we've got Matt and Dovahkiin, which I'm told is some word in Skyrim. I think the dragon people. Whatever.
It means dragonborn in Skyrim.
Yeah.
It is the language of the dragons, the Dove.
Get him, Jason. Get him.
I said that. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. I don't know. Sometimes we call him Vince. I don't know. We call him Edgelord on the stream. That's what we used to call him before we found out that he's actually a real person. So
No, kinda.
But we wanted to get him on the show and so he can actually talk to us because usually his fingers are going crazy typing.
I got a problem. I know.
So we figure we get him on.
So up to Paul to keep the chat alive tonight.
Yeah, there you go. So Paul, you're gonna have to keep the chat going here. But and then Ken is joining us in the chat. He's doing the duty that a lot of people are doing right now, which is wrapping presents. So maybe he'll pop in later just to tell us that we're way off tangent somewhere, but who knows? So today, yeah. So today we're talking about TV to tabletop, right? So games that have come from TV shows, movies, video games. So we all got some games. Now, I took that a little loose, and I've got a whole bunch of games that I'm probably going to get some crap from these guys, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes.
I won't judge you.
First, I went through my games and stuff that tried to figure out what came in this week that I got, and I have in the past week I have not backed anything on Kickstarter, and I have only got one game came in the mail, and you guys saw it last week because Jason got his copy before me, and that's Blacklight. I got that, and what I didn't realize is that I actually ordered the hardcover and the softcover book. So I got two copies there, which is really cool.
Very nice.
So yeah, and because I think they sent me both POD codes, and I just did them both at the same time. So I got that. So that's cool. But that's all I got that I came in. That came in this week, and like I said, I didn't back anything. I don't know how that happened, but maybe they're
Was
waiting
that the
until after
one
Christmas.
the Scrying Dutchman did?
Scrying Dutchman, yeah,
Yeah. I like him.
yeah. He's awesome. He's awesome.
We're going to be talking about that a little bit later. That's
and I'd love to
get
get him on. That'd be cool to talk to him.
Yeah.
But so maybe one of these days. But Jason, what do you got? What do you have any anything that came in or that you backed? Or
I've got a couple of things that are due, but I have not backed anything new. A couple of beta PDFs and alpha PDFs from some of the stuff. I don't even bother downloading those. I have no interest in being anyone's editor unless they pay me to do so.
Same.
So I just delete that email and wait for the final product to come out.
Same.
That's what I did with Dolmenwood when I finally got it.
Yeah. Am I the only one that did not do Dolmenwood?
Yes.
It feels that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know Decado did, but I didn't know everyone else did too.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it.
And and it's a weird one, right?
Good.
And
it looks good.
I was really into it when it dropped, and then now it's like what 2 years later. And
yeah,
I'm
same with me. Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so all of you have gotten your books now, as far as I know. Have any of you looked at it and said, "Okay, this is great. This is what I was wanting," or do any of you have buyer's remorse?
It's exactly what I wanted, maybe even more so, with the cloth maps and everything, and having it's really, really cool. But I feel that I'm like
since I, backed it. Like so much has come out since.
Yeah, right. Like I was using parts of it for a campaign I was running prior to my current campaign, and now that campaign is done, and I'm somewhere else now. So some of that stuff doesn't fit anymore. So
I don't even think Shadow Dark was out, was it? When that dropped?
Man, I don't know. That was a while ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even that right alone is like, holy crap! If I want to play D&D,
it's like a Shadow Dark world now. Yeah,
Shadow Dark launched during the OGL stuff, so it wasn't out when Dolmenwood launched either.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're right.
I don't have any regret on getting it. I just don't know when I'll get a chance to use. I mean, I had my Thursday night group, and I almost ran it for them. I was reading the adventures, but then I really got inspired and had players that wanted to play Shadow Dark, so that's what I'm working on now to run for them when my turn to GM comes up. But I don't have any regrets on getting it. It's beautiful product, like not.
Yeah,
I mean, quality is top notch.
It is.
So.
It's a nice book. It really is.
it is.
I get whether I get my table to play it. It's like I don't know. They're not really the fairy tale type.
That's kind of my thing. Yeah.
My guys would my Thursday night group. If I said I wanted to run it, they'd be like, "Oh, okay, we'll do that."
Ken and I were talking about this last night. The Brandon Sanderson RPG. I got the first half of that stuff came in, and my wife has read the books and like she wants to play in a game, and then Mistborn is the second half that's coming out, I believe, or is that the current? I don't know. Ken's going to correct me.
You and I had talked about that when they announced it, and I like Brandon, whose name
Sanderson,
I just forgot. Yeah, sorry,
Sanderson. Yeah,
it's been that kind of day, man.
That's right. He's probably not watching, so he won't be
I'm so sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Anyway, I like his books. Some of his stuff is incredible. But you and I talked about it, and I was like, I'm not really feeling it, but I'll be happy to play it. And once I play it, I may regret not backing it, but I've got enough stuff sitting on my shelf that I'm never going to.
Yeah, Stormlight now. Yeah, they did it in 2 releases. I have the Stormlight stuff now, and then Mistborn is coming out next year. Yeah, I've got Gene wants me to my wife. I'm required to read at least one more of his books before I can run the game, so I know that because I mean I get it, right? Yeah, you got to make sure that things are.
I have so much reading to do with that too, with all the books I got. And
that was part of the turnoff for me. I like to read. Yeah, but I don't want to have to be like
it's a lot.
Yeah, hey, here's this RPG that we want you to play, but first you have to read these 16 novels that are like 800 pages.
And I'm hoping that it's not that. I'm hoping I can just go through the the quick start stuff. But
Sure.
Are the books like the Gore novels where like everything's the same? And then I bought the Gore RPG and it was like, oh my god.
I've never seen the Gore RPG, but the problem with the Sanderson novels is they're like 1,200, 1,400 pages or something, and I mean, and there's
they're really good books.
I'm sure they are.
Right,
Yeah.
I've heard they're great books.
But
you
have to be ready to read those if you're going to.
Yeah.
So Stan, what you back anything or get anything?
I didn't back anything. I got this in the mail. Was it yesterday? I came home and this was in the mail. So
nice!
I want that.
So that's pretty nice. Like
that's the main rule book, right? Not the light one.
Yep.
No,
yeah,
look at that.
It's the core one. Yeah, it's a beast.
You can tell because he's strained to pick it up.
I know. Throw my back up. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it looks like an expanded and refined version of first edition D&D. So,
that's exactly what it is.
It's really cool. Yeah. Looks pretty cool. And quality was good. I mean, it's a print on demand from drive-through, but it seems pretty tight, which is nice.
They've definitely come a long way. I'm still worried about it being as thick as it is.
Yeah. I mean, I would be using this at the table. I would be very gentle with it.
That's why I was hesitant to get Dragon Slayer because of the print on demand. But I'm like, I gotta get it. My thing looks so.
I backed that Kickstarter for that, and my binding is not good. But then
I couldn't get in on it. I was so mad.
I bought my son a copy of it, and his of the new one with the monochrome cover, and his was really solid. So
yeah, I'll get it eventually.
Yeah, print on demand.
I haven't had any issues with mine yet, so here's hoping.
Matt, how about you? What do you got? You got anything?
So I think the only thing that came in was I got I don't know if you guys play Blades in the Dark, but they did the deeper cuts or whatever
cool.
Which came with like a really cool map thing also. A little bit of a weird thing because Harper released it as a PDF and said, I'm not going to print it. And then sold a bajillion copies of the PDF and then was like, oh, I guess we should print it. So like I did a print on. So, I did a print on demand. I made my own book. Cause like he said, he'd never print it. And then, they printed it, but it is a really nice, it's like a really nice looking book.
It looks cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks pretty neat.
And then I backed just a couple small things. Wide-Eyed Terror, which is a revisited, which is a DCC Stennard. I always back Nick's stuff because his stuff's really cool. Mm-hmm. And then Skullboy, who's on the Between Two Karens podcast, he did the art for like a little board game called Corporate Breakfast, so I backed that. So,
cool. Cool. Yeah. Some of that art that those guys do are really good.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys follow that Stennard stuff at all for DCC, but it's cool. It's like sort of like a grimdark sort of Warhammer fantasy kind of vibe, grafted onto DCC. But he redid like all the classes. I think he's done like 12 of them now. And they feel more like the classes from Weird Frontiers. There's like more meat to them than just the base DCC classes. Like he sort of blends some of them together in ways that's interesting. Like the cleric, you get like it's called the proselytizer, I think, and you get like little minions that are like level 0 guys that sort of follow your orders, and if they die, your deity, like you get deity disapproval. So you have these kind of hapless minions that can do stuff for you, but if they die, you get like it's cool. There's like neat little twists on the DCC classes that he's made. So I try to support him whenever I see him.
That's cool. Yeah.
I like the idea of being penalized for throwing away NPCs. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because otherwise you'd have these meat shields, right? And it would be it's like,
that would be my party.
They
would be like, oh, who needs a thief? Go on in there and see if there's any foot traps. You know,
I don't like that at all.
Yeah. We've got some people. It's funny, like they'll have in my game they'll get mercenaries every now and again, and they'll go on something, and then they'll have a random encounter, and they'll be wolves, and I'll be like, okay, here, set this up, set up your positioning and stuff. And here's like a line of all the mercs, and then all the player characters are like 20 feet behind them.
Thinking of South Park right now.
Yes, the human shield. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And I was very displeased with that. Yeah, I don't.
I'm kind of guilty. I
doesn't
do
like that at all, and
sometimes.
I don't like it. So
yeah,
I had a necromancer I played a long time ago and did that with like zombies. I'm like, send them down the hall.
well, that's fine. There's
zombies is one
Yeah,
thing.
that's different.
People.
Yeah.
Operation Human Shield my ass.
Yeah, right. So what about you, Vince? What have you backed anything or got anything? Have anything?
Not recently. No, nothing recently. Honestly, I came close to backing that Ardo, and I kind of regret that. But
yeah,
I didn't have the dough at the time, so and they're local.
Yeah, me either.
Guys.
But I'm all in anyway. So
yeah.
No, it looks cool. It really looks cool. So I'm really happy for those guys. So they're they're doing great, I think, with that stuff. And Matt there, I think it's out there. And, yeah, it'll definitely be out there. They'll be at CNY. I don't know. I'm hoping they have copies and stuff by then. I think they're talking about shipping by February. So
yeah, I saw it. I was kind of impressed with that. I almost backed it.
Yeah. Well, they had everything done. I mean, that's something to say for like a Kickstarter where they basically they're finished with everything, and all they got to do is print the stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas you get some other like Dolmenwood or things like that where it's like they kickstarted, it's on Kickstarter, it's still in development, and then it's still got to go through editing and everything else, which is why it's been
well, what sold me with the Dolmenwood were those worm skin issues. I'm like, well, he's got this already fleshed out. We're almost, I didn't think it would take as long as it did.
Yeah. I think the killer with a lot of these projects is all the extras. So because that's what it was with Mothership. And apparently Dolmenwood too. It was like, it's not the books that's the problem. It's all that extra stuff, the dice bag, the dice, the maps.
The record.
With Mothership, it was the box. Apparently, they had all these issues. They had a very specific vision for the box, and it took like a year to get it right. So,
I've got kind of mixed feelings on that. Like with the box, on one good, the guys are like, this is what we want. This is what we're seeing. We're not going to just let something slide. But on the other hand, dude, it's a box, and all I'm going to see is the spine because it's going on my shelf.
Yeah,
but like with the dice and the dice bag, I'm not a licky and chewy kind of guy. Like I've got hundreds of set of dice. I don't need another set of dice. And especially if it's going to hold up the game production for a few months. I just don't care about that, man. Just give me the game. I want to play it. So.
Yeah, it's how they upsell. It's that upsell thing, right? Where they where it's like, well, if I just want the collector's book, it's like $190, but then for $30 more, you get all this stuff. So it's like, well, I guess I should get the stuff.
Yeah,
right.
That's how I did it. Yep.
I don't remember who it was. Somebody did a Kickstarter, and they literally just came right out and said, we're not doing like a ton of stretch goals or anything like that because they just slow everything down.
Swords
I don't remember who it was,
did,
but I was like, that's awesome. Like, sign me up because I just want my stuff. I don't want to wait forever for every little thing,
apparently that's going to be more common for a while because of the tariff situation, because right, wrong, or indifferent books are bypassing a lot of the tariff stuff. So
and everything else
people are shying away from, I think it was like, I want to say it was maybe Vaults of Varn, where that was his whole thing, was like, it's just the book, because like I don't want to have to deal with any of this stuff. I'm not even going to do like bookmarks, right? It's literally just the book. I'm not taking any chances. So
I think board games are taking it on the chin as far as that goes.
Yeah.
Real easy solution. Get that shit made in America, baby. I'll pay another $20 for a game if I know that Joe down the street is printing that out.
Yep.
Then you don't have to worry about the shipping time.
And this will be a real long tangent, but the issue with board games is that's fine to some degree as long as you're using like standees. As soon as you get into minis, it becomes so. I forget the name of the company, Quigley's or somebody literally tried that. They said, we're going to take over Peterson Games stuff. We're going to build. They bought it. We're going to make all their minis here, and then they did mess around with it for a year and then shut it down and said it would be 5x. It'd be 5x the cost to make those same minis in the United States. So, that's the issue is like the manufacturing on some things is so far behind and so non-existent.
Right.
And I think what Jason meant was, the books, just the books themselves getting
100%,
which is one thing. And I definitely agree that there should be more printers and stuff here. The minis though, Matt, like to your, China's got that figured out, mass producing plastic pieces and things like that, especially
so specific to board games though. That's really what the issue is.
Yeah, Matt's got a point.
Absolutely.
I know that's true.
Turn that something around here.
I absolutely know that's true. But where Roger lives, there's an old silverware factory right down the road from him. There's no way that facility couldn't be repurposed. And it would take some investment. But we live in New York, where they will take your tax money and give it to whoever asks for it. There's no way that you couldn't get some kind of grant, like a local business grant. We're going to be manufacturing these game pieces for all these board games that are so popular right now. Local employment, local money coming in. It just takes a little effort, and it's not like I'm doing it. I get that. I'm not a businessman, but we say, China's got to lock down, but then we just walk away from it. So we can't possibly do this. Sure we can. We just have to put some effort in, man. Take a risk.
Reaper Miniatures does some of their own miniatures here.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have the Siocast ones, and their metal. I don't know where their metals come from.
Yeah, and I think it's something they'll start doing that, and it's just going to take a while to ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Books are like easy.
Sure.
But
can I go off on a tangent for a second?
A quick one, and then we're going to talk about Alien.
All right.
We're already on one.
I hear that they're re-releasing Rel Partha stuff. Is that true? Did you guys hear that?
No, but that'd be nice.
I don't know anything about it.
That stuff still
Dragon Lord minis.
Cool.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. To some extent, though, Rel Partha stuff is still being made. It's made by a company called Ironwind Metals. They do all the old Rel Partha. Not all might be the wrong word, but they do a bunch of the old Rel Partha miniatures.
Cool.
They've been in business for years.
Sorry about the tangent.
No, it's good. It's good. We're full of tangents on tangents.
As soon as you guys said metal miniatures, I'm like, wait a minute, I just heard something about Rel Partha.
That's why Ken's here to
I think it was the Grenadier ones, the Dragon Lord stuff.
Yeah.
I have a
box. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I meant Grenadier. Sorry, I mixed them both. Someone said they're re-releasing some of those.
I think I saw something about that. I didn't see any details, but something about Dragon Lords came up in my feed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man, we really had it made in the 80s.
Yeah, right.
Some great miniature companies.
We did.
Yeah, and then they figured out lead was bad, and
whatever
kids were putting them in their
all
mouth.
The pewter minis, right?
Yeah, I somehow managed not to do that as a kid.
Arduin is doing the. They've got the lead-free pewter now.
That's right.
They're doing casting.
High quality metal miniatures,
right in New York. So
yeah, they're
cool
near
stuff.
me. I think they're up in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Critical tangent.
Oh, Rooster. Critical tangent. Maybe.
At least they're not fumble tangents, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, I want to do my part to keep this tangent alive.
Oh boy!
Like a year or so ago, my local game store, Crossroad Games, took in a bunch of stuff from somebody. So I got like boxes of.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Those are the ones.
You're taking me back, man. That KB Toy and Hobby right there.
These are just a handful. I have a big box over here next to me to my right, full of these things.
That's cool. That's cool.
I think those are like the Julie Guthrie ones, aren't they?
Yeah, very nice.
That's a good question.
Those.
Cool stuff. So
tangents.
Yeah, tangents on tangents. So Alien. What do you guys think? Mothership or I brought them both out. I actually got them both in front of me.
I played them both.
The Mothership, the Mothership box set, and I've got the Alien RPG. That's a great question. As far as which ones?
This going to blow your mind. I have nothing to say
Alien.
about this subject, so I'm just going to sit here and
wow.
watch. Yep.
I don't believe that for a minute. I think that they're both really good. Obviously, Alien being free league, I like the starter set and some of the adventures and stuff that are in it. They're really well written. You know, the traditional kind of free league stuff. And they use the Year Zero, engine, which I think is a great engine for doing things. But also Mothership is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Mothership is easier to get to the table and way easier for character generation, teaching people how to play, and all of that. I think so. I would say that Mothership is, the better adaptation, but only because it's so easy to get to the table, so easy to run. And I think, Matt, I mean, you've ran a bunch of Mothership. I don't know how much experience you have with the Alien RPG, but I know
I've played some
free league stuff.
Yeah, I've played some Alien, and I have, I guess I have all of it. I mean, so Alien's a weird game because they have two modes of play, right? They have the one which is sort of meant to be like, small, like 3 to 5 session sort of movie like experiences, the cinematic experiences. And then they have sort of like a campaign framework for longer campaign play. But the thing about the Alien movies is that everybody dies, and also like the range of monsters is like fairly small. Like, they've obviously expanded it.
There's one,
in the newer stuff they've expanded it, but a lot of people don't
They're
like
all a
that
variant
stuff
on the Alien.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So Alien Earth had probably the one coolest new kind of. I don't know. Did you guys watch that?
I want to, but I did.
I did not.
The show's. I'm not in love with the show, but there's one monster in there in particular that is like this multiple eyeball creature that sort of goes into, it replaces the eye of a living or dead animal and then basically controls it. Okay. And it's super intelligent. And that monster is awesome. It's creepy and it's awesome. So there's room for more. Yeah, there's room for more stuff, but like, I have this weird thing with the Alien book where it's like, it's this huge book. It's really well done. It's full of lore, but like, how much of the lore about the corporations and stuff and starships are you really going to use? Like, so it's sort of giving you all this stuff for a game that most people are never going to play. So I feel almost like it's a little bit overwrought in a way. Mothership, on the other hand, like started out being aiming pretty low and got very popular. And now you have modules that are doing all kinds of different sci-fi and all kinds of different monsters. So it's more flexible, but it almost has the opposite problem where people are pulling the game sort of out of the rules light area because they're like, we like this game so much, we want to run long campaigns. So the games sort of have like opposite problems. I really like both of them a lot. My issue with Alien is more that I feel like eventually you're just going to run out of stuff to do because the universe of Alien is really designed to do one thing and do it really, really, really well. But like, what are you going to play an Alien thing for 3 to 5 sessions and not have a xenomorph? Like, who wants to play that? Nobody, So yeah, that's my issue with it. It's sort of a weird, it has like an inherently kind of strange, license to adapt, right? So there's like miniatures games where you can say, well, we're all going to be Marines. We're basically going to have like a miniature combat game, like that kind of makes sense.
Game.
Yeah. So there's there's cool stuff to do with it, but like in the RPG space, sort of how they've positioned it for what it is. If you want to buy a super slick free league pre-published module, 3 to 5 sessions, and it's going to be awesome, it's great for that. But Mothership, Mothership, last I checked, was over 700 third-party modules and supplements.
Wow.
So it's just this, like, it's, I think it's eclipsed Morkborg in terms of just how much stuff is out there. And I think it's especially eclipsed Morkborg because a lot of it's good, right? So, Yeah, I mean, I think Mothership is in its flexibility is probably like if you want to have a more flexible game, and you can run all kinds of horror. But if you like really have a bunch of people who like I want to play Alien or Aliens, and I want to do it for 5 sessions, and we want to recreate the movie, that game does that perfectly. It really does do that well.
Can I roll out a Paul Reiser character in that?
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, yeah,
like a little Weasley corporate guy.
Yeah, so I've played both. I've never run either one of them. I would say both did a great job of capturing the feel of being in Aliens, like the Alien movies. Like we did the Mothership I played was another bug hunt, so it was it was great.
Yeah.
The one thing I liked about or I found interesting with the Aliens game was the way we played it, and I don't know how it's set up. I only had this one experience with it but everybody in the game had like a secret hidden agenda, and you definitely could play the Paul Reiser corporate douchebag, very easily. And so it was great. They were both, I thought, super immersive. Like I remember playing Aliens and the first xenomorph that came down the hallway, like just instantly I was like, oh, I know exactly what this looks like. This is not good. And it was great. But I think like Matt said, though, I think like Mothership, because of its variety, that's great. Like you could play different styles of games too, within sci-fi.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's only so far you can, like, I don't know if you can play like a Star Trek game or something with Mothership, or, I mean, you can maybe do some like Star Wars stuff with it.
There's a whole ship book. Yeah. I mean, again, like most of the one-shot kind of modules don't get into that stuff, but they do have the stuff for it. To your point, is it designed for that? The rules framework is so light that it's, it's not, but it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
My feeling with Mothership, and I don't mean this in a negative way, it's kind of a generic space horror game. And like, if you're playing Free League's Alien, you're playing Alien. And if you don't, like you said, if you don't see a xenomorph, why am I playing an Alien game if you're not going to throw this at me? But I'm not a huge Alien fan. For me, every movie after 2 has gotten progressively worse.
I agree.
And so like the times that we played Mothership, Matt has DM'd, and I have never once felt like, oh, I'm in the Alien universe, because that's not how it was ever presented to me. So I never got that vibe from it. It was just like I'm in space and there's something creepy going on. Whether it's this meat magnet thing or the blue meteor, it was always some kind of horrific thing that we needed to overcome. But it was never like Alien, especially after the second movie, or the first movie was like a classic tense horror thing, and then with the second one it became more of an action adventure horror thing, right? And now they're all like that. There's always somebody running and screaming with a xenomorph chasing them or whatever. Chasing them.
Do the kid horror thing again, like, because they did it, like, they did it. The cat's out of the bag. We know what the xenomorph is now, or whatever.
Right. They brought it into the light, which is the thing you should never do with the monster.
Right. So we can't have that ever again.
Right. But with Mothership, I mean, even with the blue, the blue meteor, that one, he said there's 700 modules, but that one module we were playing with, the blue meteor was making people go crazy. There would be like a couple of guys chasing us, but then we would deal with them. And then there was a good slow burn for half an hour, 45 minutes as we're trying to repair the solar array or fixing the plumbing.
I was unclogging toilets. I don't know what was going on.
And so as far as play style in the world goes, I really liked Mothership. And Mothership was another game that I was sitting down ready to not really like. But I had a great time. But when I play Mothership, I don't feel like I'm in the alien verse. I feel like I'm in space dealing with whatever horror we have stumbled upon. So
I mean, I think that the alien thing comes in from the classes. So the 4 classes are clearly the 4 archetype of characters that are in the first 2 Aliens movies, Alien and Aliens.
Yeah.
And then it's just that sort of lo-fi blue collar space horror. Like, so that's sort of why people say it's kind of Alien with the serial numbers filed off. But
Sure.
as the game expanded beyond just that first like 48-page free PDF, it's become sort of a more generic, like just a space horror. Do you want to run Event Horizon? Do you want to run just any kind, all these different kind of games? Yeah. So
yeah, and Mothership really fits in with something like Event Horizon. I can totally see that going.
Yeah.
But I can't see Alien and Event Horizon mixing up. That doesn't fit for me. So,
I can see Event Horizon mixing up with 40K.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Matt mentioned some of the board games and stuff with where you're hunting the alien and stuff like that. There are a lot of those. But I did kind of pull this book out. This is 5 Parsecs from Home, the compendium that includes the bug hunt thing. And this is a tabletop miniatures game, so not exactly, an RPG. So maybe tangent, maybe not. I don't know. Ken, let me know. But it's the bug hunt thing is basically there's a group of Marines or whatever, and you're going to hunt this alien down, which is pretty much aliens. So yeah, even Ken was saying we got to play it 5 Parsecs. But yeah, and I mean, so you could do it, so that you're each controlling a character or a group or whatever, and it's all miniatures based, but it's basically like an alien, board game RPG kind of hybrid kind of.
Is it like that Rangers in the Woods?
Yes,
miniatures?
yes.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. So yeah.
Except obviously this is space and things like that.
Cool.
So,
I like co-op. If it's co-op,
cool,
I'm down.
Co-op board games are cool. I like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Co-op board games and stuff. It's really fun. But things like that, like the minis, there's miniature war game stuff. I think there's a lot of space there that a lot of like.
You guys played
RPG
Rangers of Shadow Deep?
Learn from. Yeah.
I never did.
I have it. I've never played it.
Cool.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, it's great. It's fun. We definitely got to get it to the table some more. But just going through, it's really great. The mechanics are really, really simple. And you kind of level up, and it's fantastic. It's great. Highly recommend it. Miniature agnostic
had one like that too. Mark Borg had Forbidden Psalm. I think wasn't that a co-op?
It's like a skirmish. I think it's like a skirmish game.
Okay, right. Yeah. But yeah, that's cool stuff. So I think looking at my pile here of stuff, those are the only games that I had that were associated with Alien. I'm looking. I don't know if anybody else has anything that's an Alien oriented game. I think probably Alien and Mothership are probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably arguably my all-time favorite board game ever, Space Hulk, is sort of steals like I
was going to mention
came
Space
from.
Hulk.
Yeah, that's probably like the best Aliens, the board game, even though it's old as hell. For my money, the first edition of that is still one of the best board games ever made.
Nice,
agree.
Nice. Yeah, I have the Nemesis board game that I backed.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's a similar.
Yeah, they say that's
thing.
A lot like Alien.
It's hard to get it to the table. It's because it's several hours and
it's semi-co-op. Yeah, it's semi-co-op, which not everybody likes. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely rules intensive. The thing with that game, I've played that game I think 3 times, and I definitely experienced what I heard about it ahead of time, which is you could have like a 3-hour game that's amazing, and you can have a 20-minute game where you spent more time setting it up. And then you just spawn the queen 20 minutes in, and it's just you're inevitably going to die in a few turns, and that's your experience. So and
that's why it doesn't get to the table. So
so one of the you mentioned with the Alien game, you getting like a secret like objective. I've started doing that with Mothership a lot of times when I run it, just because like inevitably whoever is playing the android, there's going to be players at the table that just immediately assume the android is up to something. So I started giving everybody like a secret. Yeah, I give everybody a secret note.
Like some paranoia.
Some of them are Right. Some of them are like tied into what's going on, and some of them are nothing burgers. Like the one will be like, your character loves peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, right? It doesn't. So it's like, so now you have no idea if everybody got something like that, or if somebody got something that gave them a secret objective.
Nice.
Because it got really tiring. Like people just because of Alien and Aliens, like there's an android, they just assume that they're up to no good, and I was trying to come up with a way to get around that.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. Does it ever cause like strife or like do you ever put in like things that are very like contrary to what the rest of the party's doing? Or?
No, I try not to make them PvP stuff. I try to make them more like they're sort of like breadcrumbs for stuff that's actually going on in the adventure, right? So it's like designed to sort of one was last time I ran it, The Haunting of Epsilon 14, like the one of them was like, you are friends with this NPC Kentaro, who's like one of the infected people. So it sort of like prompts a conversation where like sort of immediately they're, hey, I got to go see my friend, see what's up. And he's like, yeah, something's going on with my friend. Right. So it's like those kind of things that propel the story forward.
Cool.
And if I am going to give somebody something like that, it's going to be not the android. It's going to be somebody else.
Yeah. Right.
So yeah.
Cool.
I approve of that.
Yeah.
And if you make the PC have some kind of emotional connection with one of the NPCs, they're much more protective of that NPC. We can't just kill them. We've got to be able to find a cure. You start leaning to that sort of thing.
Yep.
Which is
right. No, you're absolutely right. Instead of we just got to kill them, and you have that sort of interplayer conflict. That's definitely better than like the having an actual conflict or whatever. That's
right.
That's pretty cool. So, but yeah, Ken, I don't know. Did we answer your question, Ken? Nailing it. Okay. Yeah. We're doing great. Doing great, guys. Well, I had a couple of, kind of things. I don't know if I'll get crap for some of this stuff, but,
you will.
I've got a book. I bet Matt's probably the only other one that has a copy of this floating around, but this was something that I pulled on my list, sort of as like an honorable mention. Now it's an RPG book, and it's based on a video game that doesn't actually exist.
Oh, Vermis? Is it Vermis?
Yes, it's Vermis. And this thing's awesome. All right, I love this stuff, and it's basically
the cover looks cool.
Official. It's an official guide for this video game Vermis, and it has like equipment and places and creatures, and it's kind of got this sort of like digital kind
pixelated
of style,
sort of 8-bit.
Yeah. Pixelated 8-bit, but it describes like locations, and it's sort of like a fantasy horror,
like Dark Souls,
like Legend of Zelda, like a Dark Souls, it's
like an really 8-bit. It's like basically a guide to an 8-bit Dark Souls that never existed.
That's
sort of what it is,
and it's really cool because there's like some really cool art, and there's just really like just cool places and stuff to visit, and they got this whole world built in here, but it's all kind of in the description of a guise that it's actually for a real video game. Yeah, and I was just going to say that, Paul.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Vermis 3, the third one, just dropped. And this is the only one I have, just the first one. But I wanted to get the second one, and I forgot. But
is this a third edition of Vermis, or
no?
Is
this
no,
the third book.
Just more stuff, just more stuff for it.
Okay.
And it's just really neat. So I know it's not really what we're talking about today because it's based on a video game that doesn't actually exist.
But weren't video games on the table? I thought it was for us.
They are, but this video game isn't real. So
it's not adapted from anything. It's made up.
It's still cool.
It is neat though.
But that was cool. So that was kind of an honorable mention of mine. The other kind of thing that I had that was an honorable mention is the Andrew Kolb books.
Oh, I have. I've grabbed one of those. Yeah, that's a good. These are cool books.
And these are campaign settings. They're all labeled. I believe they're all labeled 5e compatible or whatever. So there's very little like stats and stuff in there though.
Yeah. Do you guys know about these?
And so
I've seen them, but I don't know.
There's Oz, which is the world of Oz, the Wizard of Oz. There's Neverland, which is obviously Neverland, and then there's Wonderland, and they're all kind of like a different. They all have a bunch of quests. They all got maps and stories and things going on and quests and stuff to do. And I think you can run probably one of these for, I don't know, a dozen sessions, maybe more.
A year, probably. Yeah. So the thing with these is it's actually, there's a couple of things about them that are really cool. So for like the book, and I don't mean to steal your thunder, Roger. It's definitely
no, go ahead.
Grab. So the books are super high quality. Like they're really nice books. I mean, like they're really nice books. And right now on Amazon, I think Wonderland's $15 and the other two are like $22. Like you could grab all three for $60, which is
Wonderland
crazy.
Is the one that I would be interested in.
And what's cool about these is one is a point crawl, one is a sandbox, and one is a mega dungeon. So like he purposely wanted to cover like this, what he sort of considers the three main modes of play with each of those settings, which I think is really cool. And it is 5e compatible. It's sort of but like it's all very adaptable to,
but there's no like flipping through it. Like there's really not a whole lot that's really statted out. That's like, this is, 5e. I mean, looking at the maps and everything,
there's some monster stat blocks. Yeah, but it's exactly. Yeah. If it's $15,
that's crazy.
So, yeah. They're super for the quality of book you get, it's crazy that they're that cheap. So yeah, that's a great call out, Roger. These are really cool.
And they're all I don't know how to explain it. The print in the books is like they're not a full color.
Yeah, it's like monochrome tinted towards the color of the cover, sort of.
Yeah. But then like by section, it's like that color.
Mm-hmm.
So like the
I've seen them around. They look really cool. The
for Oz, they got the map, and so it's like there's the pink, the blue, the yellow, and the red areas. And then in the book, when you go to those areas, like all the pink areas, like all the pages and the text are like have the pink kind of highlight. And then for like the like another color, they're all a different. They're the color of the space. So it's not really like a black and white, but they all have like a one color thing. Yeah. And they're really cool. And like, if you're into, Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, Neverland stuff, the Peter Pan stuff or whatever, and want to like run a game in that world, definitely get, one of these books. And I don't know if you could see it on camera, but this is all like a gold.
Yeah, they're really nice books. Like it's crazy that they're that cheap. It really is.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
What do you think?
Where are they normally? They're normally $25 normally.
Yeah. Should I run Wonderland with Fuzz Star Trek and have a little shore leave episode or what?
I'm totally fine with that.
Oh my God,
be awesome.
Shore leave. They
I just ordered Wonderland. Yeah.
Did you? It looks nice. It looks nice.
It's awesome. Really, those books are great. Yeah. I wasn't sure. I was like, they're really not like, because those are all books. They're based on the books, not on the movies, because of licensing,
public domain
things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the public domain stuff. But I was like, no, you know what? I want to mention these because even if you've seen the movies or something, whatever, like I think they're really great for that stuff there. So that's kind of what I had for like honorable mentions that I thought was off topic a little bit, but yeah, that's what I got there. I don't want to hog the whole spotlight here. If you guys got something, a game or something that you want to talk about, what do you guys got? Vermis, let's get that. There, next? Vince, what did you bring, Vince?
All right, so
got anything you want to show since you're the newest guy here?
My little idea was to take a little Shaw Brothers action. If you guys know what these are, they're the old.
It's about the martial arts movies,
kung fu movies.
Yeah, there you go.
I was gonna Shaw Brothers, the Temple of Elemental Evil with some Oriental adventures and make it like a kung fu kind of adventure, the Temple of Elemental Evil,
like a game of death kind of thing with Bruce Lee going up the levels. or going down the levels,
or like having the temple, like changing it around, obviously giving it an Asian kind of thing, and like making the castle, like the temple, like one of those big castles, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And making it like a Venom clan, like it's some sort of evil clan that the party has to go through and
Excellent.
kick a little Shaolin style ass.
I like it. Trev Alley.
What's up,
Dakota
Q?
would not like it,
My
but
buddy
I would.
Q's in the chat there.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a huge fan of like some of that stuff. I don't know what like. I'm
Love
watching
it.
like some of the kung fu like movies and stuff. Like it's fine. I don't know. That's not a game that I'd want to be in. You
My
know?
brother and I lived for I forget, it was on USA Network. I forgot what it's called, but it was like 4 hours of the Hong Kong theater, you know, those old 60s and 70s Chopsaki movies. Terrible movies, atrocious acting, ridiculous martial arts. But when you're 11, man,
they're great.
Yeah, right.
Some of those are acrobatic maneuvers. Some of them do. I know it's choreographed. Yeah, it's like pro wrestling.
Yeah, and it was early wire work, so you can see the wire under their clothes and all that. But man, what
the best?
The best memories, yeah.
Jason, what do you got? I know you got like a few things.
I've pulled 4. I'm saving the best for last. So if we start running long on time, I'm going to interrupt you because we have to talk about Blacklight. So first, of course, is Shadowrim.
I knew you'd pull that out. That's why I didn't.
And I had to pull it out specifically because
Ken
Edgelord and I had talked about it.
Ken wants to know what's the most important thing a Skyrim tabletop RPG would have in it or do for the table. So what's the most important? What's the most important aspect? What's the most important thing that needs to be in the tabletop RPG to be Skyrim?
If I understand the question, because this is something I think about with all this licensed stuff. Like we were talking about with Aliens, right? Is like, what could it do that would really make you feel like this recreates the same feelings I have when I play Skyrim?
That's pretty easy. Like I did not pull off Blade Runner specifically because I've already talked about Blade Runner at length. As soon as I opened the box, I felt like I was in Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. I really did. And I felt like that the entire time I was playing it. With Shadowrun, very much the same thing. To answer your question directly, it just needs to feel like Skyrim when I open it. I have to look at the classes and the races and be like, oh, this is not just generic Dungeons and Dragons.
And factions.
And the faction, and that's something that's really over. When people talk about Skyrim, they overlook the factions and the political backstory of that. It's really important to it. In fact, it's the politics is really important to Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. They're important to the story, so they're important to be in the book.
You don't even need like alignment or anything. I mean, it's just everything's faction based.
Right. And when people think of Skyrim, in fact, Edgelord has made his name Dovahkiin as kind of a joke, but people automatically think of the Dragonborn. You can remove the Dragonborn from the entire story.
Yeah.
And play Skyrim and be in the Skyrim. In fact, you can play the Dovahkiin just because that's the main storyline. You have to shout like 3 times in the entire game because the story requires you to. The rest of the time, you can unassign that button and just go off, into the Elder Scrolls and do your thing. So for the RPG for me, if you're going to be in Skyrim, you need to be able to see snow-capped mountains and rugged terrain, and a faction that one half looks at as bandits and usurpers, and then the other half is being, imperial kiss asses, bowing down to the elves because of the Accords. So I guess, man, I was trying to make a really simple answer, but I made it more complicated than it needed to be, which is
I think faction play really covers it for me. Like if you got really strong factions in your game, which I mean, I've never been able to really pull off personally as a DM, but I mean, next thing I'm going to try to do is really go heavy on factions.
I think the faction thing also depends a lot on what race you're playing. If you are playing anything but a Nord, all the Nords in Skyrim look down on you because you are not a Nord. If you are playing a Nord, but you're siding with the Imperials, they will look down at you because in their eyes, you're a traitor. You know, you constantly hear it in the game. You know, the sons of Skyrim. You know, are you a true Nord? If your answer is, I kind of like the Imperials, I like what they're doing, that opens up a whole aspect of how do I get along with this entire town populated by Nords that now hate me because they see me as a traitor. So, yeah, man, there's a lot of great stuff in there.
Don't even get us started with the elves.
Well, and I mean, we talked to Greg at length about the stuff. But no, I mean, again, and I said it to him. I mean, I think he did a fantastic job with it. And I'm not, a huge Skyrim guy, whatever. Mm-hmm. But like with the classes, obviously, Skyrim's classless, so he's got the thing with the signs that you're rolling on instead of the classes, and you can kind of change those and whatnot. I mean, I think that's absolutely fantastic.
That alchemy system's kind of neat too in that book.
Yeah. I like that everything isn't like I can run that and I can play it with Jason and him not knowing what every component's going to do. Mm-hmm. Like, and I mean, he's a good player where
you're talking about specifically the
right.
But with the alchemy stuff and whatever, we're like, you don't know, like, oh, you find this, here's this stuff. Like, what can I do with this? What kind of stuff can I, and you don't know, until you do the research and then you roll randomly on the table and then that thing does the thing.
Plus it gives Jason the chance to discover stuff all over.
Yeah. And right.
That's half the fun.
That's one of the things I really did like about it. Because like when I'm playing Skyrim, I can tell you that vampire dust is used in the invisibility potion or wheat is used in a health
Sadly, I can do that too.
Those of us that have spent thousands of hours in this game can tell you. And like, I'll ignore red and blue mountain flyers because they're useless to me. I will make a beeline for a wheat farm and I'll gather all that stuff up. So, but in Shadowrim, hey, I've got this wheat. It's for health potions. Is it? Roll and find out, because sometimes it isn't. It's completely random. But in the system, once I find out what wheat does, that's what it does. For that campaign at least. Right. So I think it's great. Yeah, it's
I think that's what Ken was kind of asking.
Get a gluten allergy.
God. Oh my God. Do you need Skyrim RPG to track all the Skyrim skills and level them up on use, or do alchemy and plant collecting? Oh yeah, I don't know. It's not based on use. Is that how it works in the video game? The more you use something, the more it goes up.
Like you discover what.
Like if you want to level up your alchemy, you make a bunch of potions. So what most people will do is they'll go and spend the first 30 hours just picking up every single thing you can find. And then once you bought your first house or you get your first alchemy thing, rest in your bed so you get the 10% experience bonus. And then you'll spend the next 3 hours sitting there making alchemy, making potions until you run out, so you can get your alchemy up as high as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, you would like cross the game world by like jumping like a rabbit because it increases your acrobatics. Or
That's
whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you really want the RPG to work that way.
No. Definitely
not.
Well,
Skyrim, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about with the jumping thing. Oblivion did that.
Oblivion did. Yeah.
Skyrim did not do that. I think that's only because they took out acrobatics.
Yeah. Right. I just remember when I wanted to craft the Daedric armor or weapons or whatever, to your point, I spent like 4 hours making iron daggers or whatever just to get, and then I had a whole room that had like 700 daggers just on the floor, and you'd walk in and daggers would go flying everywhere.
Yeah. So. And you're going to pick them all up and you're going to take them into town. Yeah. You can sell them for like 2 gold a piece.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think you want the tabletop RPG to have that in it.
Yeah.
I don't want to experience that in my tabletop game.
We had a GM years ago that did playing D&D. I think it was 3rd edition, although it may have been like back in 1st. But he had a rule that like every time you roll a 20, you'd get like 100 experience. And so then all that does, it was great in concept because he was like, oh, it's cool. Then I'll get people to like use all this stuff. But in reality, it was like, okay, what are you guys doing? It's like, okay, well, we got like a 6-mile walk to town, and it's like every 30 feet, I want to make a wisdom check.
I'm going to search for traps.
Examine this thing. I'm going to search for traps, or whatever.
You never get to where
And
you
it's
want to
like,
go.
Right. And it's like, okay, it's going to take us, 18 days to walk the 6 miles, but we're all going to level up 8 times, just from rolling the dice, thousands of times over. It's just crazy.
But that kind of sounds like Dark Sun, where Dark Sun's like such a small area, but it takes forever to get somewhere because every day everyone's looking for water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like you're spending all your time looking for water.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Or something to eat.
But from what I remember from reading Shadowrun with my stellar memory, you get experience points as you would normally in Shadowdark. 1 experience point for this, 2 for this.
Right.
Carousing 3.
Carousing,
and then you use, every time you level, you get a new skill on the star chart on your chosen constellation, whatever it is, or then you can roll to switch over to a different constellation.
Yeah, it's a random roll on your constellation.
Yeah, so that's how you level.
Yeah, which is cool.
So it is not Skyrim, and it's for a number of reasons, copyrights being the main one. But it when you pick it up and start playing, you're like, oh man, I'm in Skyrim. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? And I think that goes to like what we were talking about earlier is you got to have that thing that makes it feel like the thing, and you can do away with everything else. Like if you're in space and there's something stalking you and you don't know what it is, right? Like that, no matter what game it is, it has that alien feel, right? Because that's what, alien feels like or whatever. So it doesn't have to be alien, to do that. That's the important part, and everything else is kind of secondary to that. I did not read the Witcher rules, Ken.
I heard that. I heard that too. I heard it was not
can confirm.
Yeah. I got like what was it, like the learn to play or whatever, the free packet that they were giving out, and I think you bought the core book and everything.
Dude,
right?
I bought everything.
Yeah,
because I'm a big fan of The Witcher books and games, not the television show, but we're not going to get into that. Yeah, big fan. But to answer his question, or actually, I guess reply to his remark. Yeah, I played it at one of the cons. Roger, I thought you played with me, but it might have been somebody else. But when I sat down at the table, I got early because we were using pre-gens, and I immediately grabbed The Witcher. It wasn't Geralt, and that's the thing. When I play Witcher, I don't want to play Geralt. Geralt.
Oh man, that's right.
Yes,
we did play it.
And see how
my god, that's how bad it was. It's like the only game I think I've ever forgotten.
When I was being a Witcher, it was super cool. I was tracking the monsters, and then I'm putting my concoctions together and my potions and all that. Meanwhile, we had 2 sorceresses with us. We had a bard, and the Witcher. It's a terrible RPG, and I hate to say that about our Telesaurian games. Cody has always been cool, and I've met him. Mike has been cool, even though he drew over my Larry Elmore signature. I will never forgive him for that.
Oh boy!
But they've always been. I've met the entire family. They've all been super cool, and I want to support the company. Witcher is a terrible RPG. The books are meant to be you're reliving Geralt's tales. The video games, you're playing Geralt. It is a first-person perspective. That's how it is meant to be viewed. So when you try and morph that into a party perspective, especially since The Witcher doesn't run around with a party, he's solo the entire time. It makes it really difficult to do something like that. And so, it for me, total bust. Just like Ken said, man, what a drag. The only thing I remember about it is that I didn't like it. Bummer.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even remember playing it until you started talking about it, and I was like,
in fact, we came home from that con, and that is when I sold my books. I gave them to my wife to sell them on Amazon, or not Amazon, but Facebook Marketplace. Yeah.
And I remember a lot of bad games too at conventions. None of them were yours, Matt. None of them were yours. All yours are all of yours are at the top of the list, I think.
That's a true story,
or pretty close to it, really.
Yeah, it just to throw in another. If we're doing ones we didn't like, The Expanse. Have you guys played The Expanse?
I have not.
No.
Love the series,
is that
but-
like the television show? These? Okay, that's
Yeah.
my question.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
using the Green Ronin's Age engine.
Yeah.
Don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not even a little bit. And the other thing that's weird is like they just did they did a Kickstarter, I think last year or earlier this year because the one they released, I think, is only like the first 2 books. And I think it's the first 2 books, and then they did a Kickstarter to bring it forward to book 5 or 6. And so they did a quick start guide for a free TTRPG day, and that adventure is like it's the same sci-fi monster adventure you've played 1,000 times. It's like, oh, you get a distress signal from a ship that's crashed. And like it's a monster. It's in the proto molecule monster in the Expanse world. But like there's games that do that better. Like I've played that in Mothership and Alien and Vast Grim and 1,000 other games, Death in Space, and those systems are designed for that. Like the Expanse is like Game of Thrones in space. It's like that's what it is. And the RPG needs to be less about rolling successes for stunts for like jumping your vehicle and doing a loop-de-loop, and a lot more about like politics and faction play. Because that's what it is.
It comes down to factions again.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not. There's something really off about it, and I don't like the system at all. So again, not to beat up on it, but this one was like a real big miss for me.
And that's that weird system with the 3d6, and one of them's the
it's like stunt die, and you get
one of them's the special die that
it
is whether you crit succeed or fail or something, and you're trying to like roll doubles or something, or I don't know. It's weird. I've looked at it and was like, I don't know, this seems too complicated for what it is.
It's a shame because it's a really cool license. Although, again, like how you would make an RPG out of that would be, I think that's part of the problem. Is it's a little bit of a challenging, in and of itself. It's just a little bit of a challenging thing to do, but it's not. For me, it was a big miss.
Ken is saying, I'd love to have one of those too. Good Dragon Age RPG.
Yeah. They made one. I was actually going to speak about that later, but since Ken brought it up, it was released after the 3rd Dragon Age, Veilgarst the 4th. Everyone forgets about the 2nd because it wasn't very good. It's not good. If you go into it knowing Dragon Age, then your headcanon is going to make up for a lot of the things that are lacking in the RPG. But there's a reason, Ken said that he's been waiting for years for a good Dragon Age RPG. There is a Dragon Age RPG, but it is not good. There you go.
Yeah. And I agree with this comment about it should have been Traveler. Like if you take Traveler, because my Traveler has been hard for me to get into just because there's so much lore. I mean, the game's almost as old as Dungeons and Dragons, and it has its own super deep sci-fi lore. But like the way that character path in the character creation, all that stuff would map so well to the Traveler to the Expanse as an IP. It's just like the system of age is just not good. Yeah, it starts without number maybe as well. So it's
Traveler. Traveler is interesting. I think the issue with Traveler is that it's been around for so long at this point, and there's been like 3 or 4 IP holders, and the original creator Mark Miller has like retained rights, so he's always had a copy going, and then has always sold the old stuff, and then Mongoose had their kind of thing going, and there's so much stuff. But I think like if you go with like the classic box set and just go with the small black books and start with those, like the 3 books, and don't because I think there's like 20 of those. I don't know what number they're up to, but I think if you just go with 1, 2, and 3, and then maybe you go for like the Mercenaries one, if that's something that that's in whatever you need, whatever. Just only use the books that you need is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And don't use all the stuff that's out there. I think that it's you can make any kind of space opera type of
and I forgot that's true. So both of these comments are correct. So Miller, I think, officially is retired from the industry now, and
is he?
Yeah. So now it's all merged again. So Mongoose is like their 2022 and forward is like the unified.
They're
Traveler. Yeah, and I did forget that the Expanse was confirmed to have been started based on a Traveler campaign. That's where that book series got its start from. Yeah,
that's kind of neat.
So yeah.
And I pulled the Traveler box set out because I was going to talk about that when we talked about Star Wars games later. But yeah, I think it would work pretty good for for the Expanse or anything like that. Yeah, I didn't realize that, Paul, that he gave Mongoose the rights to publish in perpetuity.
Yeah, it just happened like either this year or late last year. It's pretty recent.
Yeah, that's it. Did he actually sign them over, or did he just
There's
give
a whole
them,
article? There's a whole article about it. I can
okay,
find
yeah,
for you. Yeah, he did a whole write-up.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
because I know he's always licensed it out and then has kept it on his own so he could print his own stuff. But I remember he tried to make the second edition or whatever that didn't go over well and all of that, and then went back to classic. But yeah, while we're on the video game thing, Eric Bloat has done a lot of work in. He's done a lot of stuff in like the D20 system stuff with his Survive This system, and he did some things. He did Pipe World stuff, which is a little zine that's got a bunch of monsters for that are in for his D20 system. I think there's 5e versions.
Oh, so it's Mario Brothers.
Yeah, and did he do Zelda and Metroid too? I think.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So he's got that
That's
stuff.
Cool. Pipe World.
But yeah, so he's got the Mushy Men flying and regular Mushy Men and stuff. And so it's all stuff. He's got a power-ups one. And then he did Overworld, which is Legend of Zelda stuff. And he's got some creatures and stuff for that. And then he did the Underworld stuff, which is really cool. And I've got 3 of them. I don't know if he did any more, but this is basically the first dungeon in Legend of Zelda.
That's cool.
And it even looks like it. Mm-hmm. And he's got it all, room by room and just stats for all the bad guys and things in there. And it's really cool. It's really neat. And like I said, I've got the first 3 of those. I don't know if he's made any more for that, but they're cool kind of dungeon crawls that are pretty system neutral. And there's stats for that'd work with any kind of D20 system in there, but easily convertible, I think. So those are kind of cool. He also I think he did a Castlevania one and then a Metroid one and like that. But they're pretty cool. They're not quite systems on their own, but yeah, so check those out. I don't know. I think I only got one more that's a video game based thing. Do you guys got any other video game based games that you guys want to talk about?
I think I do. Oh,
well, I mean, there's Fallout.
Yeah. Fallout. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Fallout.
What do you make of Fallout, Jason?
I like it. Certainly better than the TV show. Fuck you, Amazon. That's my one per night. I said earlier that it's important for me for the game to make me feel like I'm in the world. Man, the Fallout RPG does a great job. I really like it. It's an officially licensed product to Modifius from Bethesda, so you've got full input. I guess the only thing that I really don't care for is that it's strictly fourth, Fallout 4. So, the same kind of game mechanics and that flavor. I liked Fallout 4. Boy, I've got a whole bunch of hours in it on multiple systems, but I still like 3 and New Vegas better.
Yeah, they're better games.
I'm still playing Fallout 76. Everybody hates that. I still play it every single night with some friends. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've got a Fallout tattoo sleeve on my right arm. So, I am definitely a certified fan. But it's great. It really is. There are times when a product has kind of outlived its shelf life. Pathfinder was terrible, about that. And we've talked about that before. Pathfinder really good. And then halfway into the publication run, it was just like, here's some more crap you don't need. I'm worried that they're going to start doing that. There's a couple of source books out for it, the survivors and all that. And they are trying to tie the Wasteland Warfare system into the RPG system. I don't
that's
really
like
care for that.
That's like the skirmish miniatures thing, right?
Yeah, that's the versus skirmish. And now they've got, I think it's called Factions, which is, the Nuka World Raiders versus the Settlers and that sort of thing. I would rather keep those two completely separate and just play the RPG. But I wish I could give you more information about why I liked it. But I've played it a couple of times. I've never run it. But, again, when I'm sitting at the table, I'm like, wow, I'm walking around in a vault suit with a Pip-Boy in my arm, and I've got a 10 millimeter semi-automatic on my hip, and hope I don't see any death claws. It's cool. It's great. It's got the right vibe, and that's really what I look for. The system is
I had
easy.
the same experience with it.
Yeah, and it's the 2D20, so it's not it's not the OGL based systems. Roger does not like the 2D20 systems.
Roll under.
It's roll under. So Stan and I should be doing great because we roll 1 through 5 constantly.
Yeah.
Except when I'm playing Fallout, I roll natural 20s back to back.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, it really feels like the game.
Paul's saying the original was supposed to be based on Steve Jackson GURPS.
Yes.
And it fell through. Wow.
Yep. Yes, that absolutely true. And also, I'm a big fan of GURPS, which again, Roger is not. But anyway, one of the things that I think maybe they kind of go soft on is death in the game. You're playing a video game. If you die, you load up and you carry on from your last save point. Not a big deal. It's really hard to die in Fallout. Like your DM has to really want you to die, and you have to really allow yourself to die.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I don't want to be murdered every time I turn around. So it's cool. It's got all the right stuff. Players can be freaking, androids or the Mr. Handys. I've had a Mr. Handy in the party. I don't really like it because to me, Mr. Handy he's a servant. He's a program servant. He's not a free thinking, PC kind of thing. But that just don't play Mr. Handy.
Is that the floating robot?
British accent.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we had at CNY, I played in Bloodworth, ran it, and I'd never played it before. I have it, but I never played it, and it was a lot of fun. And we had a kid. He was a kid, like he was probably, I don't even think he was a teenager. He played the Mr. Handy character, and he was pretty shy. His dad was in the game with us, and he was still pretty shy. Right up until he buzzsawed like the first bad guy we faced, he just murdered him.
Yeah,
and then we were all like, "That was his name."
Mind.
Like I don't even know the kid's name.
Yeah.
We just call him Buzzsaw, and he had a great time playing that.
That's
and
good.
Yeah,
I've mostly played 4, so for me the game really hit.
Sure.
Because like even when you open it, you're like, "Oh shit, this looks like I'm leveling up my character in the video game."
Look, I've got dog meat with me. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a good game.
Yeah, I only got to play
They
it
did a good job nailing the vibe.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
I played with you guys at one of the MEPAs. That wasn't my favorite.
Oh, that game though, I think that was the DM.
It was.
He had that. He had those dice he was trying to sell.
Dude, I
every
forgot
time
about
something
Jesus.
happened, he would roll those dice.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I'm not holding that against it though. I think you're right. Well, the other, I mean, this could probably be a whole show on its own. So I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole, but like, this was sort of what I was talking about with the Expanse, where to some degree it's a little bit hard to map that to an RPG just because of what it is. Like Fallout is literally perfect for an RPG.
Absolutely.
Like it's just perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's got the benefit of like, hey, this should be easy to adapt. Just don't screw it up. And I think that they haven't. I think they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and like they've and it's met with a lot of success. It's been critically lauded. The players like it. Why haven't they made a Skyrim game? I mean, they've already got Bethesda saying yes, make Fallout. Why wouldn't they do Skyrim? I'm stumped by that. I would love to know why.
Yeah, it's
weird. Maybe Skyrim will be more difficult to put over to a pen and paper. Maybe
I don't think it would
be that.
Well, but
I don't think so.
Greg did it. I mean, and I think he did a pretty good job at it.
He absolutely did. Yeah.
I mean, Modifius did it with Conan and stuff, so it's not like they can't do a fantasy game.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's got to be a license. Maybe Todd just doesn't want to give it up. I don't know. Todd Howard, Bethesda is who I'm talking about. Maybe he just doesn't want to give it up. I don't know, but
you're right. It's weird because like they put their stuff on everything.
Everything.
It's like Spaceballs merchandising. It's on everything.
Merchandise.
Yeah. Kind of true.
It's crazy. I know Ken. I pulled this out. This is Ashes Without Number, and I know that Ken. He's planning on running a Fallout game locally, and he's going to use Ashes Without Number for that, which I think is a good one. I think Kevin Crawford. I think his games are fantastic. Paul, so there you go, Paul. There's something that I do like, but the Ashes Without Number and some of the later things they're more of like a tool set. So there's things in here that's like, oh, if you want to go this way, you can do this, and you can do this type of thing. And so I think that's good for doing that kind of thing. And we'll see how Ken does it. But again, this like generic kind of post-apocalyptic, but I think you can go multiple directions with it and run like a Fallout game with it.
You guys, you and Ken have both talked that up to me, and I bit immediately. Yeah, sounds great. Let's do it. One of the things that I kind of don't like about the RPG, and this just may be to the DM, when I play Fallout 4, I crank the difficulty up to super hard, as high as it'll go, and I put it in survival mode because I want the water to be toxic. I want the meat that I'm eating to be toxic unless I cook it correctly. I want it to feel like I'm trying to survive a post-nuclear apocalypse. And Fallout is a survivor game on easy mode. And I still love it, obviously. But the RPG, I feel like, reflects that. You don't really have to worry about being irradiated unless you do something very, very foolish and stick your hand into a vat of radioactive material. So they could go a little harder on that. That would make me happy. But there's no saying there's nothing saying like if I'm going to be running, there's background radiation everywhere. You've got to be prepared for it. Cool.
Sure.
Okay, let's do it. But yes, the Ashes Without Number, I do want to check that out. I'm looking forward to it.
Ken's taking notes. So
excellent.
Generic boilerplate D220. There's other games that I like. I mean, I like all the I've liked all the Free League stuff so far.
Get them, Paul. That's right. Get them.
I play the Free League stuff. No, I just my problem, Paul, is I don't like roll under system. I don't like rolling low. It feels bad for me.
And he doesn't like percentile dice
thing. And percentile, I'm fine with if you're rolling high. I don't
even. Is that a thing? Is there any system?
Yeah, right.
That's not the point.
All percentiles roll under.
Yeah, because you have the stat. But my issue with the roll under stuff is that you're rolling against yourself and nothing else that's going on.
Yeah, but in Chaosium games, you roll high, you level up in that skill. So I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it, but my issue, right, I understand all that, and it's great. You get like 1d4% like increase or whatever, but
I'm just needling you, Roger. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's fine. You won't be invited back. But so no, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I just went with the roll under system. You're not you're rolling against yourself. If you have a stat, whether it's percentile or a D20, if you've got a stat that's at 45%, you're rolling again. Like if you've got a weapon skill that's under 45%, it doesn't matter what you're shooting at. You're still trying to roll under that skill. You're rolling against yourself.
Get him, Matt.
But that's not necessarily true though, right?
So right.
So say you're playing Call of Cthulhu, right? So Call of Cthulhu, if you have a firearm skill of 50, right? Yeah. But you can the keyboard can modify that based on, okay, so at a distance you're minus 20, so it's 30, or you're point blank. So you have an advantage. You have an advantage die. Like even in Call of Cthulhu, the type of gun you're using, you can do, if you're using automatic weapons, it changes how that works. Like you get multiple shots, but every single one is at disadvantage. So it's definitely not just rolling to your skill. There's definitely modifiers. Warhammer uses like success levels or failure levels, right? So there's definitely more to it than just
Cthulhu has that too. And like games like Dragonbane, you can add banes and boons to people's rolls, and you can actually stack them. Unlike like say D&D, you can't. But in like Dragonbane, you can have multiple banes and boons.
And I like Dragonbane. I do like Dragonbane. I do like Dragonbane. It is a roll under system. I wouldn't run it for a long form campaign, but for a short campaign, I would.
Does Dragonbane use the same system as Forbidden Lands?
No. It has some similar elements, but no.
Yeah, it's a D20 roll under system. So
because I like Forbidden Lands. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Paul said exactly what I was going to say. Every single percentile game that I've ever played has modifiers to it.
Yeah.
And not only that, and we've talked about this before. Okay, so you've got an 84% chance to hit, and I use shooting a dragon, or a dragon type creature. Sure, I'm going to hit the dragon because it's huge. A blind man will hit the dragon. But did I penetrate its armor? Did I hit it with enough force in the correct spot to do any damage to it? Maybe yes, maybe no. That's what the DM is for. But I agree with you. If you're just playing a vanilla game with a DM that doesn't understand what modification or what mods are, then it's going to be, my rifle score, and I'm always going to use rifles because I'm thinking about recon. Okay, so my rifle score is an 84. So every time I roll 84 or less, I'm going to hit. Well, that's just a bad DM. Am I shooting into cover? Am I shooting someone that's hidden? Am I shooting someone that's behind a tree? Am I shooting someone that's more than 300 yards away? Those things matter. And a good DM will make that percentile system much more challenging than just the bare bones what I'm looking at.
Ken's on my side, and
Ken's wrong too. It's fine.
Ken,
that's okay. We still like Ken, but he's
and feel free to come back in and tell these guys where to go.
Please. With that statement, my whole argument, roll under versus roll over, there is no difference. A roll under system means that I want to get a 1. I'm going to roll 20s all night long, but I want to get a 1. A roll over system means that I want to get a 20, and I'll just roll 1s all night. They're exactly the same. You're just, all you're doing is rolling one versus the other on the side. I don't see a difference there.
That's there's like a feel bad thing there for me.
So there you go. It's a feel thing. It's not so much a mechanic thing. It's just this doesn't really feel right to me. And that's totally legitimate.
Yeah, that is. I mean, is it that, or do you like having a DC that's separate from? Because I mean, that's the difference, right? Like it sounded to me like more like you were more saying, I know I'm going to have a +8 to my strength because I'm my character's strong. But like lifting a 20-pound weight versus a boulder, like should be hard. One is harder than the other. So the DC is going to change. That I do understand what you're saying. Like that's sort of more straightforward in terms of like that. If that's sort of what a lot of us are used to, because that's common in D20 systems. But I think you can replicate that with percentile and roll under. It's just a different way of getting to the same place.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying.
I agree.
It is different. Yeah, I get it.
Well, thanks, Matt.
You can come back too.
Touche. You can come back. Paul,
They give you the ick. Yeah, roll under gives them
give me
the
the
ick.
ick.
Yeah.
They give me the ick, Paul.
Exactly what
okay?
it is.
Okay, I said it, but big number feel better. That's it. Yeah, and when you always roll like shit, roll under works better for me. But everybody I know that rolls like shit,
they roll high
roll,
when they got to roll under. Yeah,
they can't roll over a 5
right
when
here.
we're playing D&D. If it's a roll under system, they can't roll under a 16. So, I mean,
yep,
yeah. There's a reason
you roll
we
like
never
shit. You roll like shit.
With the monsters we kill.
That's probably why I'm always a DM, because I roll like crap, and everyone's like, "Yay, we won!"
On the Fallout thing, I'm sure. Hey, this is not a D20 system that was based on Fallout. It was a D20 system until the OGL thing happened, and then he made it a 2D10 system. But this is Atomic Punk 2160. It's sort of based.
The basic expert, yeah,
basic expert. He made this Atomic Punk 2160. He basically converted it to 2D10 when the whole OGL thing happened. But yeah, it's basically Fallout, obviously, and that's that, and it's got the roll. You roll on a chart when you level up, or you roll twice, or you can pick one, basically. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. It's a pretty small book. It's it's half size. It's only about 100 pages, and the stats are he used the word atomic, and those are the stats. So
instead of
sort of like special.
Sure.
Well, yeah, because he couldn't use special, but it's agility, toughness, observe, might, intellect, and charisma. So it's atomic.
Works for me.
The scores there, but other than that, it's a basic
I like
a basic D20 system. I kind of like it because it's it's a small book. There's not a whole lot of rules. It's easy to get to the table. You can you could just start playing it. Makes it easy for that.
Aztec game that he made. It looked
really
nice.
Majoito, yeah.
Sounds delicious.
Wanted that.
Yeah, sounds like you just ordered dinner.
Yeah.
Comes with chorizo.
I got the
I'm in.
Yeah, it's somewhere behind me, but I have the special edition one.
That nice
the gold
black
leaf.
one with the that looks nice. I was salivating over that. I should have got it.
Yeah.
But what am I going to do? I can't run an ad. Like, none of my players are like, oh boy, you know what I mean? Let's play Aztecs. I would love to. Don't get me wrong, but it's just a matter of finding people to play it.
Well, that's the whole thing with a lot of this stuff.
It's so narrow.
Is finding somebody that's in it. Yeah, that's into it. Not only into gaming, but that's also into this.
Well,
weirdly,
like niche, like super niche almost.
The other
that's a beautiful looking
that is
book.
Pretty cool. The other issue I found too is like so like I've played Elder Scrolls, I played Skyrim and Oblivion. I probably put 180 hours in each of them, right? Which is not nothing. But like for what it's worth, if I was playing like a Skyrim RPG with Jason, it would be intimidating just because my level of IP knowledge is obviously much. So like there's a weird thing with licensed games where like if you have 5 people that are willing to play it and 2 of them are like super into it and the other 3 are just like casually aware of it, like that can be a problem as well.
But if Jason's the DM, if Jason's like being the DM, then it's fine. That might even be better.
And listen, I played Fallout with Jason. Jason was definitely not like, well, that's not how that will. Like it's like with the right people, it's fine. But there are also like super fans about stuff that would be like, well, actuallying their way through the whole session, and like that's miserable for everyone.
No, that's very miserable.
Yeah. No, and like I feel that though, like I would love to run the Skyrim game, and it to say it, Jason has said, just run it. I'm not going to nitpick you, like
I'll just be happy that I'm in Skyrim.
It's always going to be in the back of your mind,
but it's always in the back of my mind where I feel like I'd be running and just every single thing I make up, like I'd be looking at him. waiting for him to like shake his head or not or whatever. And I feel the same way about the Brandon Sanderson stuff.
Yeah,
maybe I should get in on that so I can
gotta get that
counteract
right.
Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
guess
why I haven't tried to run this yet, is because I just don't
There you
feel like
go.
I could do it justice.
I so
you
want
know?
to do that Moria though. It's so beautiful.
No, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Moria is really good. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
that's
I
when I
guess
pulled
I
up
didn't
Moria.
I didn't pull it and it's not on my list, but like Pendragon we talked about, I think last time I was on, right? That is an adaptation, right? So like that's how I feel about Pendragon. I don't know enough about the history or the literature to feel at all comfortable representing what's going on in the world, but I'd love
Let's
to
watch
run it because
Excalibur.
it's so cool.
You're all caught up. I love Excalibur.
Yeah, do you want to talk about Middle Earth though? There's like a whole series of products we could talk about there.
Death Angel says I even played in a 5e game last Sunday just to be able to play something. We've been accused of crapping on 5e.
I'll crap on her right now. I don't give a crap what people think about that. I hate 5e. I think it sucks. Everything about it sucks. There you go. Yes,
but if that's all you got, I mean, I don't blame them for playing it.
Yeah,
that's a sad day. Yeah, no, if that's all you got, absolutely.
But going back to Pendragon real quick, because I really want to address that.
Sure.
You know, it is in 450 AD. You know, it's supposed to be King Arthur times and all that. But to me, as someone who knows a lot about that, I wouldn't care if my DM didn't know a lot about that. All I want is it to be dark and kind of dangerous, and for everyone to know that when my character walks into the scene, he is a knight and he is going to act as a knight. He is the shining pinnacle of, and there were evil knights. It's also important to know that, there were knights that were not knights in shining armor. Mm-hmm. But when I'm going to play one, I'm going to be Galahad. I'm going to be Lancelot. I'm going to be the guy when he walks into the medieval village where everyone's dying of dysentery, that this man is here. We have hope now. So I really don't feel like you have to know every single knight of the Round Table and all their backstories. As long as you can throw some cool adventure at me, I'm more than happy to play. Segue real quick. When we were playing Blade Runner at Page, I know tons about Blade Runner, and I was of everyone at the table, I knew the most, and I was super excited to play it. But at no time was I like, "Oh my god, dude, that's not what you'd be doing." I was like, "Yeah, what's next? Okay, cool, yeah, let's do it, go." And I know I'm not the only one. I think most people that really like these IPs, they just want to play the IP. They don't care if you get it picture perfect.
Oh, I think you're totally right. I think it's more of like a mental block, like to kind of like if you ran Lord of the Rings, I'm sure it'd be amazing, right? Yeah. Like it's just it's one of those things where like once you know how much you don't know. Right. And so it becomes intimidating. It's like an intimidating mental thing for you. But like, really, it's probably not a problem at the table.
I think the IP itself is more intimidating than like Jason, like sitting there looking at you. I think just the IP itself might probably intimidate you more.
Yeah. Yeah. And on the opposite side of that, too, like Paul says, like it's a nerd problem. Like, don't correct me in a Star Wars game or, with the knowledge. And it's the same thing like everything else. Like I wouldn't expect. Like if I'm gonna run a Skyrim game, right? I'll use that. Like I like it would be like rude for somebody at the table to be like, "Oh, well, actually, this is
shut up,"
and and all of that. So and it's like that. But it's not. I think Matt, I think you just mentioned this. But like it's not that like that I'd be afraid of running a Skyrim game. It's just like my knowledge of it doesn't feel like I know enough about it to.
Plus, there's so much to run. Pick something you like and know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stan, I promise you, if you run Lord of the Rings at Rogers Con, we will have a great time with it. I promise.
Shit, I'm in.
I promise we're gonna have a good time with it. It's a lot of fun.
It's definitely on the bucket list for sure. What you were saying too, though, I have like going right now. Our Thursday night group, he's in the chat. Zephyr in the chat is running DCC Lankmar for us, and I'm having a freaking blast because like I've read the stories and I grew up looking at those guys and the deities and demigods and just every time something will cue off like. In the last session, Isaac of the Jug was brought up, and I'm like, "Oh, that's a deity." And I knew in my head my character didn't know because I roll like shit. But in my head, I'm like, I know who that guy is, you know. And then he mentions his acolyte is Farford, and I'm like, I'm in. And the same thing. One of my other guys is in the chat. I don't know if he still is, but he ran a Forgotten Realms game, Baldur's Gate 1, the computer game, my favorite game of all time. We got to go to Baldur's Gate. We show up, a dragon shows up, and who comes running down the street to help us but Minsk? And I'm like,
nice,
rock on. We're fighting with Minsk with this dragon, and then he disappeared afterwards. It was great, but I got for an hour or so, I got to hang out with him, and it was awesome. Like I wasn't like, oh, you know, his tattoos on this side of his head or any of that nonsense.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I was just
right.
having so much fun doing that. But
I'll go down swinging about the Forgotten Realms IP. I love that first edition, you know, the gray one. I love that box set. That was so good when it came out. Like from second E on, I get it, but like, man, that first one.
even
Was so
some,
good.
I'll go out. I'll say some of their Watts' before they merged with Hasbro, their 5E, 3E,
their third
Forgotten
edition
Realms stuff.
There's
It's
2E
good.
stuff. Yeah,
Got to
I
sit
love
right
it.
next to it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I have a whole
Yeah,
collection
yeah.
of it right over there that I've. Jesus.
like everyone's always saying, like, I don't know, everyone, like a lot of people are always crapping on that and like Dragonlance and stuff. That stuff was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like, how can you crap on that?
I love
that's
Dragonlance.
yeah.
Original Dragonlance. I don't like 5e Dragonlance, but
No,
original
original.
Dragonlance is
Yeah,
awesome.
that's what I mean. And the modules are two, but I mean, it's just that setting
great
was
story.
awesome.
I still read it, still listen
That
to it.
hardcover book, that first edition book, that hardcover, that was fun.
I got it right behind me.
Love it.
It's one of the few that I don't have.
Cool.
I'll get it eventually.
Yeah. What else do we got in the video game world? We got any other games that are there you go. There's the first edition.
I love that one.
Yeah. Death Angels. It's tough to be a DM with a living encyclopedia playing the game. Yeah, it is. It is. It is, yeah. Because you know if you're like trying not to screw anything up or whatever. It's
like even with the Forgotten Realms, everyone's like, well, in the books, you know, this guy became a deity. It's like, well, they didn't hear, you know.
Right. Yeah. And I get it, Death Angel. And, you know, it's the same thing that Roger and Stan have said. I'm the living encyclopedia. I get it. But I can't be the only living encyclopedia that just wants to sit down and play that IP, man. I don't care if you forget that Whiterun is called Whiterun and not Riften. By the way,
I also think too, Jason's got enough like character as a guy, as a player to, you know what I mean, forego all that and just say, you know what I mean?
But
Am I right, Roger?
Yeah.
I just
50-50.
I love these IPs. You know, you know, Dakado talking about Lord of the Rings. You know, we played Lord of the Rings, and the DM had like memorized Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and he was one of the worst DMs I've ever had. I hated. Every time he opened his mouth, I wanted to smack him. But the other 6 players sitting around the table had me rolling in my chair. We had such a good time because the other players just wanted to play hobbits in the Lord of the Rings, and that's what we did.
Yeah.
I was the only dwarf. I played the straight man for him, and it was so much fun.
The problem with that game and that the DM I think was used to running, you know, like anything else where he wanted the group, okay, we got to get to the thing and do the thing. Like, and we wanted to make
not until second
travel, right? We wanted to make it about.
I've walked 30 feet. I have to eat again.
But all of that's what Lord of the Rings is. I mean, if you look at the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit books, it's all it is they, you know, it's all they do is they walk 50 miles in those things. So it's like that was what the game's about, is getting there, right?
Well, that's an example of like the IP, the game doing a good job representing the IP, because if you delve into the lore and about, like, you know, it took, I think, Boromir like 100-something days to go from Gondor to Rivendell, and you know, travel is a big deal. So like they made it. I mean, they have a whole travel system in the game about, you know, the map in the back is color coded, so like you can't. Even their resting mechanics, like you have to have. Maybe I'm thinking of the 5e version. But yeah, the 5e version, you had that, which I have. You had to have a legitimate place to rest. It wasn't like D&D 5e where you could just flop down, you know, take a nap and be like, I'm great. And there you had to have legitimate places to rest. And if you were resting in the wilds, you never got a full rest. So,
you mean like in
this
Fallout?
travel me.
Like in Fallout, when you're in like the Raider camp and there's like a cot with a skeleton in it, and you just go lay down. Right, take a nap. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, and that GM was like the Lord of the Rings. He just he just hand waved the travel and all of that.
Yeah.
And then when the game ended, he was like, "Wow, we got through that quick." And I was like,
"Yeah, you truncated it, dude. What do you
jumped
think?
over all the cool parts." Yeah.
It
was like, okay, great.
One of my favorite scenes in Clerk 2 is the argument between Star Wars and Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You know, 3 movies of a bunch of people walk into a freaking volcano. It was just that scene is just always cracks me up. So yeah, but the travel is important in Lord of the Rings. You need to experience the travel.
Yeah, and I think the One Ring game does a good job giving everybody like different roles related to like if you're doing overland travel or if you're like dungeon delving. It sort of breaks the party up into different, not just like their classes, but like what is your role for the party? Are you getting provisions? Are you the scout?
Engaged. I like that when they keep a player engaged like that.
Yeah. I think the One Ring second edition is a pretty good system. That initial starter box, I think, was like a misfire on their part. I think it was smart that they
have that. I've
put a new one out.
A better box set.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think I have the first one. I saw the second one and wondered why would I get it? Maybe I need to get it.
I only have the core book and the Moria book, which I just got like last week.
Yeah,
the core book I got during the OGL, because when the OGL thing happened, Free League was like, "Hey, try this game and it's half off." And I was like, "Sold."
We'll take your players.
The first box set is all hobbits, just doing hobbit stuff. It's like really low stakes. Nothing.
That's one that I have.
Yeah, it's a good way to sort of onboard the rules, but like I think it sort of mischaracterizes a lot of what the game is, because like you can play that game, but the game is not that. There's way more to it than how they sort of spin it up in that. So the new box set is definitely much more a slice of like all the stuff that the game is doing. Okay. So I think it's because I have a couple friends that played that initial starter box at a con and we're like, this game's garbage. We don't want to be stupid hobbits in a museum stealing a painting or whatever. I'm like, that's not really what the game is. It's just what that starter box has. Right. So I think I think they probably was smart of them to come out with a new.
Doesn't even sound like a really good like Tolkien style adventure, to be honest.
It's all right, but it's not great. Yeah, I think
it sounds like a D&D adventure that got slapped with like Tolkien across the top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that happens.
Send them to Bree or something to deliver a message or trouble along the way. I don't know. Yeah. That sounds more than breaking into a place.
There you go, Takata. You're ready to run. Let's do it.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, yeah, do it. Yeah, you got an adventure and everything.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of breaking into places and stuff, this is a good a segue as ever. I picked this game up. I have yet to try and run this. This is Swivers. It's a pretty thin book.
Swivers is awesome, but what are you pitching this as an adaptation of?
Thief. No.
The concept of thieving?
No, Thief, the game.
The video game,
I guess.
Thief, the video game. No.
Which version, the original or the Square Enix?
It was really cool.
Swivers is very cool.
Swivers is cool. See, at least Matt.
The original's awesome.
It's you're playing a thief. I mean, you're playing like a D&D type thief in this game, and that's kind of how it is. And the establishment and the church and everybody's like out to get you.
Is it like a dark gothic setting?
Yes.
It's like
that sounds awesome.
It's like a better version of so nobody brought it up because I think the game is not good. The Dishonored. There's an RPG of Dishonored. Swivers is
also
like
not good. Yeah.
Yes. So Swivers it feels like not a good version of Dishonored.
Cool, because that's a great game. The first one, I didn't care for the second one. I got
but I wanted to bring that up because I really like Thief the game, and like this seems really cool. And there's not a lot of games out there I think that do like handle like you being the sort of the scoundrel kind of thing like really well. I think that like the Star Wars games, some of them do that well, and and I think this does it well.
Yeah,
I think in like a D&D world or whatever, it doesn't quite as work.
Tell them about the magic system. The magic system in Swire.
Yeah, you got to have like specific components to do
blackjack.
Everything. And there's the cards.
You play blackjack.
That's kind of cool.
See, now you're kind of.
No, it's cool though.
I kind of like that.
It's cool though. It's like so magic. It's sort of representing this magic as sort of an uncontrollable force kind of thing. So it's like instead of just having a roll for it, you're basically playing blackjack and you're trying to get. I think if you have like a 17 or to 20, it's a success, and like a 21 is a crit. And if you bust, then you have a negative effect. But there's like things you can do to sort of search the deck for specific cards as you get better at magic. And then like the type of certain cards can have certain effects that add to the result. So like the better you get at magic, the more mitigation you have in terms of like what's coming out of the deck. And then you get to add additional effects to it. It's a really unique and different kind of system.
Fun,
it's pretty cool. And the starter adventure is neat too. Phil from Page ran the starter adventure for me and a friend of mine.
Oh, really?
And like
cool.
it was a lot of fun. It was like super creepy. It was like it's like a house that you really don't want to like very fast. I don't like being in this house. I want to steal whatever I got to steal and get out of here because I don't like being in here. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it a lot. So that's a cool book. I think you're stretching the definition of shoehorning this one into our discussion, but it is a really cool book. So
I just want to load up Thief now and start playing it again.
Yeah.
Thief was fun.
Oh boy. Yeah, Balatro resolution mechanic. Oh boy.
Yeah, Balatro's cool.
Upgrade your cards and everything, and I don't know. I've played it a few times. I have it on the Xbox, and I played a little bit. I don't know. I'm not like
it's a good phone game. I like it on the phone.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good like mobile game.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not into those like the roguelite type of stuff.
Them.
Like I don't know.
No,
they're all right. But
no. Roguelike is not Thief. Those are two very different things. not the same at all.
But yeah. So that's all I got as far as video games go, I think. But I'm kind of trying to look at my pile and see where I'm at. Wow. Still got a lot of stuff here. I got a lot of Star Wars stuff, and I know Jason probably wants to talk about Star Wars. Oh, you got Star Wars on your list too?
You bet we do.
Yeah. So I've got well, the only Star Wars one that I have.
Are you going to show us a D21? Okay, good.
No,
I got this one.
Yeah, that's I started with
edition.
that.
Yeah,
this is second edition one. I have that book there, and then
I got revised
and then I know
expanded.
now.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, the revised and expanded is like it's like 2.5.
Now I played this.
Yeah,
I ran it.
I didn't play that.
I ran it.
The special dice one.
Yeah,
it's got the special dice and all
it's
of that.
Fantasy play, so of course it has special dice.
This game went okay. I mean, I ran it. It was like a little over a year, maybe a year and a half or so. And there were no Force users, so I think the game ran a lot smoother than what I've heard from other people. Just because, without not having Force users in it. And I don't think it was terrible. The higher the level you get, it starts to fall apart. I guess higher levels, but the more skills and stuff, the more dice you're rolling, and then you have to, try and like adjudicate all the results. And I had some players that just weren't good at trying to figure out what they wanted to do with all the results, or couldn't like add and subtract all the symbols and stuff from each other like really well. So that kind of took a while.
It looks like that can be obnoxious.
For that sort of thing. Yeah. And then, I mean, the proprietary dice thing and all of that. And I mean, I'm not trying to give it high praise, but I did run it, and I thought it ran okay for like, a one shot or just like a handful of sessions to do like a mini campaign with. I think it's fine for that.
Now I only played 1E of the D6 version. Didn't they make like an exploding die of a different color?
Wild die.
Second edition. Yeah, the wild die.
Yeah, it was a wild die. So anytime you rolled a 6 on that, a 1 was like a like a fumble on that die, and then if you rolled a 6, it exploded. So you would just keep rolling it until it stopped rolling 6s.
But the fumble, with that wild die, wasn't necessarily, oh, you failed. It introduced a complication. And I think the example they use is in Jedi, when Han is trying to sneak up to smack the scout trooper in the back of the head. He steps on a branch, the scout trooper whips around, and the two scouts start engaging him. Well, now I think it was Wicket, one of the Ewoks now jumps on the speeder bike, because now those, instead of being dead or knocked out, they're distracted. The Ewok jumps in, and so now this whole scene envelops, or unfolds rather, with the because he rolled a 1 on a sneak roll, he failed his sneak, but now this has happened. So I like the concept of that.
It's just good GMing, honestly.
Yes.
It's like failing forward.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
It was funny. Like, I just watched this video the other day, and I won't, I'm not trying to bash on anybody, but they were doing this video about the new Critical Role and how the guy running that, he was basically putting this guy off like he was like this world class, like come up with all these concepts of cut scenes and all this stuff. And I was like, in the 1990s when I was running this, they told you as a game master in the game master section, do cut scenes just like the movie, because they wanted to make it feel like the movie. Again, they did a really good job of, the system is simple and it's fast, and that's the way Star Wars should be run. It shouldn't be anything complicated or dragged down. But
I think
like,
everyone
they'd already had that
system.
stuff in there. Like, it was like, do these cut scenes, meteor res and meteor res, starting the action and all this stuff, all based on like how good at the time movies were made.
Yeah.
I
for
also
one
think-
shots and stuff, I try and start right in media res.
It's good because it gets the ball rolling right away.
Yeah.
I also think people like that game so much too, because the Die 20 version was so bad.
Well, there's aren't there two different D20? There were two different D20 games, right?
Yeah.
I think the one is more well regarded than the other. The one with the horizontal,
the Saga edition.
Yeah, the weird square book or whatever. Yeah.
And
I never got those.
I did not care for either one of them. However, I have to be honest with it. It's because I am not a fan of the prequels. I hate the prequels, really. It's not even that I'm not a fan. I dislike them. And so,
amen, Jason.
So the Saga edition was a lot of that, and I was just like, no, I'm going to start with New Hope and into Jedi. And I'm good.
Yeah, I guess the thing about that is sort of interesting now to think about looking back at it, at least for me, is as bad as those movies were, as something to mine for like interesting content and stories.
Absolutely.
Right. So like the Clone Wars cartoon, or like I don't know if you guys watched Andor, but like I had, to be honest, I had pretty much written off Star Wars as a brand. I just was so disengaged with the stuff that they'd been putting out. And then I watched my friends finally convinced me to watch Andor, and it's arguably the best Star Wars stuff that's ever been made.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
I've heard that, but I cannot support Disney. I will never watch it because it's Disney. I just can't.
Yeah,
I watched the first season of Andor. But I don't have Disney anymore.
The second season is so good, and it makes Rogue One like 10 times better than it was.
Awesome.
Because Rogue One basically is like the last episode of Andor goes right into Rogue One.
Cool.
That's awesome.
But like, there's some stuff in there, like it's just so good, and it feels like so like it just feels like Star Wars more than anything I've seen in 25 years.
Yeah.
It's really good. But
everyone I've ever spoken to about Andor has said the exact same thing. It's incredible. It is a great show. I just won't ever see it.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. I do get it.
I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I 100% agree with Jason. I won't give Disney my support either.
No,
on
can't
that.
do it. But going back to the RPG, the Fantasy Flight, when I lived in Alaska, I ran Star Wars using Fantasy Flight for 1.5 years, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've said this before, never mind the dice. Once you get used to them, it's not a big deal. Once your players get used to them, it flows pretty well. The Force in the Fantasy Flight is just so broken. It's almost completely useless. it's just terrible. But if you're running a game that doesn't have force characters, or if you're like, you're not going to be able to play a force character, please don't ask. Play any one of these 30 other archetypes. Man, it can be really cinematic. I thought it was great. It's not as good as this, but it's still very good.
But everyone complains about the opposite with D6, like force characters are too powerful, you know what I mean? But they should be. I always thought. I'm like, well, they're
and I agree. I played a Jedi in this for 3.5 years, and dude, by the time we got done with the campaign, I was rolling like 30 dice at a time. I totally understand. And this is Roger's big beef with this system.
Yeah.
But as the DM, all you have to do is say, I'm capping it at 10 dice.
Yeah.
No matter what you're rolling.
Dice.
Yeah, right.
If you spend a force point, you get double the dice, sole exception. Your skills can only go up to 10D, period.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And with 10D, you can still be very powerful. But you're not ripping the Death Star apart from Endor. You can't do something like that. Whereas my 30 dice that I'd be rolling, 60 if I was spending a force point, dude, I was tearing Star Destroyers out of the sky. It was just crazy. It was also really badass. But what are you gonna do? So
I mean, being able to fight Darth Vader, who doesn't want to try that?
And one of the cool things about this game, though, especially early on, because when this game was out, like there wasn't much in the way of like the expanded universe stuff.
It was almost a dead franchise.
Timothy Zahn kicked that off with the Thrawn trilogy. But what Lucas or the publisher started doing was more authors came in. They started sending them these books, the role-playing game books, to use as reference guides.
Yeah, it's cool.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. Like that.
And there were source books that were based on some of the comics. I've got the Jedi source book behind me that has all the force powers listed in it. Super cool.
Tales of the Jedi,
like the Dark Empire ones too.
I've got all that, and at the last con that Roger and I went to, I found the Planet source book for sale. I was like, oh my God. So I snatched that up. I didn't even care what he wanted to charge me. I was like, I'll take it. It's got some great source books, just super incredible.
I have the chip one, the Tramp Freighter.
The Tramp Freighter. That's source book number 5. That's one of my favorite ones. The Pirates and Pirates and Privateers is another great source book for ships.
Great source book.
You can kit bash the ships. Super cool. And
plus you can get it all on PDF.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
That's a beautiful part.
If you get the original print copies, then they get pricey because they're getting kind of rare now. But the PDFs, man, I have everything on PDF. I'll give it to anybody that wants it. It's so easy to get. Yeah.
There was a ton of fan support for it too.
Yeah.
The L5R dice pool caps at 10 dice, and then you get a flat +5 for every one you'd have after that. That's not a bad way to do that either. I don't think.
Love Legend of the Five Rings.
Yeah. But, I mean, to do something like that in the Star Wars where you say you cap it at 10 dice and then you get a +3 or whatever for every one.
It's just a house rule. You talk as the DM, you talk to your players ahead of time. You're going to play a Jedi. I'm digging it, man. No problem. Just understand where you are in time. And here's what we're going to do. It really is that easy. And now everyone can keep playing the game and everyone can still feel important without the Jedi just lording it over everybody.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's the players or whatever, but
find a way to tempt them to the dark side and then their character's gone.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, you're an NPC now.
I don't know. It's some of that stuff is I don't know. I think of the people that I play with regularly, and I see them if they roll 4 D6s, they can't add those up in a reasonable amount of time. So if somebody's rolling 10 6-sided dice, and then they have to add those together and then add another number to it, I mean that.
I think you'd be like with D6 Star Wars. I think you'd be fine just capping the dice at 10.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 is a lot of dice, so
Sure
that would
is.
cover you for most things you would ever need to do.
Yeah.
You will accomplish with 10 dice.
Yeah, because the high target number I think is 35. I think Impossible is listed as 35.
Yeah.
So, boy, what a great system.
What about off-brand Star Wars games?
Yeah,
Take it away, Roger.
Off-brand Star Wars. I ran this Star Adventurer, which is a D20, so I'm sure Paul will love it. And it's D20 system. The level up is it's Star Wars with the serial numbers filed off. There's no real setting in here. It was made as like a magazine, like a zine type of thing. So it just has this kind of system in there. But it's, just use Star Wars stuff. So that you need to add some rules and stuff to it, but it's a basic D20 system. You get your class, and then on level up, you can you roll the dice, roll two dice. Yeah, you roll you get two random things, or you get to pick one. And it's not bad. And I ran it. I don't know what did we do? Maybe a dozen, maybe 20 sessions. Maybe I
don't think it was 20. I think it was close to 10. I think.
10, 12 sessions, something like that.
Man, I had a good time with it.
And I think it was fun. So that's a decent system there.
And that's RPG Pundit. Is that correct?
That's RPG Pundit. Yeah.
I have a couple of other books. I don't have that one.
This I have yet to run. I know, Matt, you mentioned Blades in the Dark earlier. And this is Scum and Villainy, which is there you get the Forged in the Dark version. And I think this handles like the group kind of scoundrel, set like really well, going on like the heists or like those kind of missions, like on the Millennium Falcon or
I haven't played it either. I've played some Blades in the Dark, but I've read the book. Like this would be fairly high on my list of if I could just wave a magic wand and have a group that would play whatever I said. This would be pretty high on the list. So,
I'm available.
Because
I play Sunday night, but I'm available otherwise.
Because Blades in the Dark does such a good job, sort of making the your crew like be a character unto itself. Like it literally has its own sheet, and like there's something cool about that for me, and like the idea of like a Star Wars, like your Han Solo, Chewbacca, sort of that group where like you're leveling up your ship, you're leveling up your reputation, you're taking control of, first we have no base of operations, then we have this crappy, outpost in this dump, and now we have this better place, and now we're like it. The whole system is sort of geared to represent that, and it grafts itself really well onto that type of thing.
Yeah, like domain play, like kind of like domain play a little bit.
And it's all very it's really improv, right? It's low prep, so it's definitely a different style of play, but it's cool. Like the idea of like, well, you have a you have a ship, you can fly wherever you want. Like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? And these are just the different type of missions, and you just I don't know how much you guys have read into or played how those systems work, but you're rolling to see sort of how we're going to do an infiltration mission, right? Okay, so you're not actually spending an hour planning it out, you're just fast forwarding right into the action, and then some roles kind of represent like how it's going, and you just jump right into the story.
And you do like the planning in like hindsight stuff. Like and it's kind of like how it is in the movies, right? Like in the beginning of the movie, they always introduce, hey, look, we changed our engine and we have a spare engine now in the ship. And then of course that means like later in the movie, the engine goes out. It's like, wow, it's a good thing we packed this thing. Well, this, you get into the action, and then it's like, oh, your engine blows out. And so then you do like a flashback thing. You get so many of that stuff you can do where you go, oh, well, it's a good thing we packed.
So going back to
planning.
Going back to Andor, right? Andor has two episodes where he's in jail and there's a prison break. He has to break. Like, how do you break out of this Empire prison that seems like impenetrable? there's like essentially a bank heist where like they're stealing all the credits that the Empire is stockpiling from this whole sector, and they're going to break in and steal all these credits, right? So like to me, like that whole thing sort of grafts right on to Scum and Villainy the way that's set up. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no,
I would really like to play that one.
Yeah,
fun.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool. It's a really neat concept. And I don't know, like in the long term, like have you played like a long term game, Matt, past like a few sessions?
I have not. I mean,
or even like Blades in the Dark, or
Blades in the Dark. And so I imagine this as well. And again, honestly, Andor has this too. Like the act of sort of going through and sort of fighting back against I think it's called the Galactic Hegemony or something in Scum and Villainy, right?
Yeah.
But like your characters are going to lose people they care about. They're going to get injured. They use the mechanic of like stress, and then you get, you get mental basically issues, right? If you overload your stress. It's almost like Darkest Dungeon, where like, that's what I was saying. The crew is the character, and the PCs like will eventually burn out and either die or sort of become unplayable because they're just so damaged. And so it's this idea of like, there's a movement, or like the group is bigger than any of its individual parts. And to achieve a mission, sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice somebody. So yeah, that's how the longer term play kind of goes.
Yeah, and that's up like the Blades in the Dark. Those games, or the Forged in the Dark, I guess, games is what they call them. That they're very, group based things. Like you're not like going off like ahead, or like you're not separating yourself. It's a group effort. You're all in it together to make the group itself better, and that's kind of the way that it's designed. So, there's no like, okay, we're gonna go over
There's
this
no
way.
I in team.
Yeah. Right. It's very, very teamwork oriented.
Yeah. Sounds great.
So, and
like
No, and that makes it nice.
Like
and in this kind of context, like I think it works really, really well. I mean, there's certain, I think, aspects of Star Wars that maybe it wouldn't work, but like doing like a thing where you're like, the scoundrel,
like
in the
even
Millennium
scumbags
Falcon
can
type
work
of thing,
together, kind of thing.
like you're, I think it really works
like,
well.
So this one, I know there's like an official Black Company Art Dream has an official one coming out, which I'm super excited.
Oh, there is. Band of Blades.
Yeah. So Band of Blades is like the unofficial Black Company, where it's the same idea of like, you're the mercenaries, and like, these guys are going to get
like the books, the Black Company book.
Yeah. That's basically what this is. It's recreating that.
Nice. That's a cool series. I haven't read that in a long time.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm gonna have to check out Andor. You guys, I didn't like the look of it. And I kind of like ignored it, but like
it starts slow.
The second season is good.
I watched the first season when it came out. I got an episode and a half and it bounced off of it. But like it's a slow burn, and like it really starts to, and once it really gets going, it's like I binge watched all 20 episodes in like a week. I was like, I don't want to go to bed. I just want to watch one more. Like
I made it through the Next Generation season 1. So if I can make it through that, I make it through 2 episodes of Andor.
I don't even remember the Next Generation like season 1 being bad.
I do. I remember.
I mean, I watched it. I watched it when it came out, and like it was so good. Like by the end, or what, later seasons and stuff, that I don't even remember like it being.
Season 7's not great either, in a different way.
No,
but the first one is rough.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again.
Because Roddenberry didn't want any conflict, so like everyone was, it was bad.
Yeah,
it was so bad. We
I'm gonna have to go back and watch
on Sundays. It's going back to first edition, and then like right at the end of our gaming session, Next Generation would be on. That whole first season, we were just like, that one episode where Wesley gets bayoneted, my buddy's like, he's all cheering.
Yeah.
We've talked about Next Generation before, And I've said I still thought it was good. I forget about Wesley Crusher.
Oh, and he's in so many episodes in season 7, and they're so bad.
When he finally left the show, it got so much better. God,
he
was
and that's Roddenberry's fault, because that's Roddenberry envisioned himself as Wesley Crusher.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't know he was
why he should have done more coke.
But,
I guess.
I remember. I remember the couple of episodes leading up to him leaving. He was with the Traveler, and he's going through space and timers. And I was like, I don't care. Please, just make him say goodbye. And then when he finally left, hell off. Oh my God, finally, I think it was season 3 is when he finally left. Man,
well, that must have been halfway through season 3 when Death Angel is saying it hit its stride. So
around there,
that must have been right when Wesley was going.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6 are like peak Star Wars or Star Trek for me.
Keep Dr. Crusher, get rid of Wesley.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. I had I pulled out a lot of books for this. I know I mentioned this. I pulled out a couple of honorable mentions for Star Wars that don't really fall in the RPG category. But Osprey Games they make like a lot of war game stuff and all that. But they have
couple of their games. I like their games.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. And I think so. So they got this game Void Fighter.
Oh,
that came out last year, and it's basically ship combat. And I think this is like a really good replacement for like X-Wing. It's all miniature agnostic stuff,
right?
That you have, so you can play with any kind of minis.
That's what I like about their games.
They got stats and everything for it, and so their games are really cool. So like if you're looking to play like something like X-Wing that without buying into all the licensed minis and all that stuff. I think that's a great thing. And if you're into Armada, with the bigger ships and the fleets and stuff, I think a Billion Suns is really cool. There's kind of a financial aspect to this game where you're like trying to you'll have like objectives that are random, but you'll be like trying to mine stuff from like a planet. And so you have like so much money to spend, or you have an unlimited amount of money to spend, but that detracts like how many points and stuff that you get from the game, because you can only mine so much, so you want to like spend as little as possible. But there's like bigger like destroyers and the bigger battleships and things, and then all the small fighters are in like small fleets. But it's really cool, and you don't have to buy the expensive Star Wars license stuff. So I wanted to throw that stuff out there.
Did Osprey make Gaslands?
They did, yeah.
That's a cool game.
Yeah, and what they do, it's interesting. They
Matchbox cars, and
they make a bunch of these blue books that are thin and cheap, and then if one of them does really well, they'll put out a second edition and put like real art in it and all of that. And I think A Billion Suns is going to get a second edition.
That's cool.
Soon. It's going to be better. Yeah,
I like
they've had a handful then. Gaslands, I think, is fantastic. Yeah, it's the
Last of Us is a zombie apocalypse one. Like Mordheim, I think, or Necromunda.
Yeah, and all their stuff, like I said, it's all miniature agnostic stuff, which I think is fantastic, because you're not paying like Games Workshop or whatever. We can't all afford miniatures like Ducato.
Through that rabbit hole over here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Nice.
Yeah, awesome. So, but yeah, that's all I had to talk about as far as Star Wars goes.
A game that I don't have anymore that I really wish I did is Firefly. Based off the TV show, the masterpiece by Joss Whedon. Love it. I love the show like everybody else, and the RPG, to my amazement, was excellent.
I heard it was good.
It's one of those games where I'm in Firefly. This is awesome. I'm a brown coat. The only problem is it's such a small cast. It's kind of like Star Trek. When you meet a Trekkie and they want to play Star Trek, they want to play Bones, Spock, or Kirk. That's what they want to play. Yeah. They want to play Ensign Smith, the spacecraft Victoria. They want to be on the Enterprise, blah blah blah. So
that's because Ensign Smith's going to get beamed down to the planet and die.
Right.
guy.
and that's and so you kind of,
Dead man.
most of the people that, because I played it in Alaska, most of the people that I played with were, manga nerds, and one guy was like, no, I want to play Mal, and I wasn't the DM, and I was like, man, I just want to play Firefly. I don't really want to be Mal or Wash or any of those characters. I just want to be in a ship in this universe because it's so cool. And we did, but there's people that will they only want to play those characters. So that makes it kind of difficult. But the RPG was excellent. It was very well done. It was beautifully done. The art's very good. And the system was super cool. I don't remember most of the system now because it's been a long time. But it was another one of those games when I was playing it, I felt like I was in Firefly. So if you can find it on the shelf somewhere, grab it up because it's great.
Yeah, and I think Scum and Villainy would work for that.
Yeah,
I think you could do that.
Yeah.
Pretty easily.
We can
because
almost
it's the
get
same
that
sort of
vibe with
thing.
Western RPGs too, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Firefly is a Western.
Yeah, it's Western. It's cowboys in space. That's exactly what it is.
It's so
That's
cool.
why I loved it.
Yeah.
A Forged in the Dark in a Western setting would definitely be cool. It would be. Any of those kind of sort of morally gray kind of hero, anti-hero, bounty hunter, Robin Hood kind of characters. It works really well with.
I have several Western RPGs here, and they're based in 1800s Southwest, and none of them are in space. But that'd be cool. I would certainly play it again. Yeah, loved it.
Yeah,
total Western fan.
I got a ton of stuff here that I'm looking at. Try and go through some of these quick, but I pulled this out. This is on the this is the Zorro game that I haven't been able to get out to the table yet. This is on the West End Games D6 system. This came out I think 2 years ago.
Oh, cool.
I think, but it's got the it's Gallant Games, but they got the rights to the West End Games system.
Is that D6 like Star Wars?
Yes, yeah.
Nice.
And they're making they kickstarted a second edition or
Zorro.
something of the D6 system that should be coming. I think Jason backed that too.
I sure did.
It should be coming out in the next next 5 or 6 years or so.
So if you're going down the West End Games rabbit hole, you haven't talked about the game that started that whole D6 engine.
Don't even
which is
tell
like
me
one of
Ghostbusters.
one of my Grail games.
Yeah.
One of my friend had growing up, and I guess I could buy a copy of this. They're not cheap.
No, they're not, and I want a copy of it.
Yeah,
I do too. I agree.
Yeah, but just like you were saying about games that expand the lore, like the Ghostbusters RPG, kind of in between the movies, was like creating stuff that didn't exist, which was really cool because that was and still remains one of my all-time favorite movies. So just the chance to sort of you get to make your own Ghostbusters franchise in whatever city and be Ghostbusters. Cool. I'm like, sign me up for that. Yeah.
So I don't have the Ghostbusters game. It is on my list to look for at Page, and hopefully I can find a copy. Otherwise, I'll end up buying a copy online. But
yeah, I was going to say Inspectors is the same thing. It's the serial numbers filed off. You should, by the way, download the PDF for that West End Games Ghostbusters.
Is that bloat again? Is that
if you want to go back to what RPGs looked like 40 years ago, let's just have a 3-column layout with no art for 40 pages straight. It is just like, what is happening in this book?
This is Memento Mori.
Oh, okay.
That did this, yeah.
It looked like the other bloat books. That's what I was wondering.
It does. It looks similar, but this is a fun thing. It's based on the Ghostbusters, game, and that's it's kind of nice. Again, these are kind of nice because this book's only 80 pages, right? And it's all self-contained. It's all right there. It's not like you have a box set to carry around. Not that there was much in there, but you have the couple manuals and that. It's just a small handheld, book that's, that and some D6s and, you just some index cards or whatever. And you can just play the game,
You're not talking about Zorro anymore, right? You're talking about Inspector?
I'm talking about Inspectors now. Yeah. The Zorro is just a D6 system. I wanted to throw that out there because it was the
D6 I have a question about it because I saw it on your shelf. And I was looking at it. My issue with it in my head. Robin Hood had his band of merry men, so you could play a Robin Hood RPG. You can be one of the merry men. Zorro is Zorro.
Yeah.
He doesn't
like The
have,
Witcher. It's the Witcher problem.
Yeah, yes,
right.
You nailed it. That's exactly it.
That's
so
true.
how have you read through it? How does it address that? How does this not become me the player and you the DM and nobody else?
Yeah, no, it's you're running it like
or y'all Zorros, like just
several-
different colors
you're all-
Zorros.
Right.
Like
you're
It's a
all like
franchise. It's like Batman Incorporated.
you're all like part of that group. It's
Do
the
I
same
get to
thing
be
like with
George
the-
Hamilton, the gay
Witcher or
blade?
whatever.
Yes, with his brother with the whip and the little dingo balls off his hat. What a great movie.
Yeah, so there's
It was a good
there's like
movie.
there's like the Cavalier, the Maestro, the Doctor, the musician.
Okay.
I mean, there's the whole kind of thing. So you're a band of
So really, it's just the Zorro world, and you're along for the ride. Okay,
Like
I'm
a
fine with
bunch
that.
of resistance kind of people.
Yeah, and that's so that's kind of that's kind of the way that it is. That's because obviously you can't, like, I mean, I guess you could play it where you're playing as Zorro or whatever, and then you have the other people around. I mean, I wouldn't think that would be fun to play the character, like the same thing you're talking about with Firefly,
Zero, right?
Or whatever. Like, I don't want to play those characters. I just want to play in that world.
Right. Yep.
I go El Mariachi in that world, become like a
I want to be the guy with the missiles,
the guitar case.
Man, those are great movies too.
But yeah, I did pick that up. It looked cool to me, so I did pick it up, and it seems neat. Yeah, I mean, anything in that kind of setting, I think you can run. And they're in that time period or whatever. You can run any kind of like swashbuckling, kind of heroes. You can. I think you can. You can run that kind of easily. So, but yeah, there's that. I don't know. Hey, I got a whole pile. I don't know. I feel like you guys missed out on stuff.
We have half an hour left.
I mean,
I
got a big stack here too. I just I didn't know you were doing it.
My buddy Q in the chat brings up a good point. We got a guy in our group who always loves to play luchadors.
Oh, luchadors, yeah. What do you got, Matt? What do you got?
So one I have here. This was like one of my favorite ones to read when I was younger, which is this is technically an adaptation, which is Warhammer. The first edition, especially just to read, is so. It's like if you go read it now, it doesn't read like modern RPGs, and not necessarily in a bad way. It's just so different. But the
Rogue Trader 40K was.
Oh my god!
You read that?
Yeah, Rogue Trader is a crazy read to go back. There's so much lore. So like,
yes,
because Rogue Trader is like literally the rules for 40K. So it's like a tabletop miniatures game, war game, but it's like 80% lore.
Yeah, we didn't even know it was that when we first bought it. We're like, oh, look, a new role-playing game, and we're reading through it.
Because it reads like,
wait a minute, this is a war game. Yeah.
Right. It's like the Emperor mandated the creation of the such and such gun in the such and such century of this planet, and it does 1d6 and it hits on a 5 or 6. And you're like, well, what was all that other stuff for? It's just there's like so much of that in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this book has a lot of that
now.
too.
I look back on that and I'm like so nostalgic.
But like when we're talking about like that Ghostbusters game compared to this, like this has so much art. Like there's so much art in this, which really made it stand. And you got like the miniatures, right? Of course. But like this doesn't feel like a book that's as old as it is.
Yeah.
I think it's a really cool, and I
love that early Game Workshop art too. Is so cool.
Yeah. So
everyone longs for the old days of like Earl Otis and the 1E. That's kind of the same thing with Warhammer. Like all those early artists are so good.
Yeah. I think this is a really cool book, and the rules kind of hold up too. Because I mean, second edition is just a refinement of this, and then fourth edition isn't that different than these either. So
I have a big collection of the second edition stuff.
Yeah.
I think mine is fourth edition.
That's the one to get, right? Is the second edition? Everyone likes
second edition is the one that's considered the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy.
You'll have to. You'll have to mortgage your house to get it now, but
anything but the core. Yeah,
expensive.
The core rule book is sort of affordable, and then it goes downhill from there really fast.
Everything else is crazy.
They had a big PDF sale of it years ago. I think Cubicle 7 did like one of those humble bundles or whatever.
Yeah, that's how I have them all. Yeah, they're about to do a fifth edition, so I wouldn't jump into fourth.
I heard that too.
This is maybe speaking to Jason. So there's some Palladium
stuff. I got that at an auction. I love that.
And this is that's the turtles that just fulfilled. So
turtles,
I did like these more so than Rifts. I think when I was growing up, like these ones I could get my friends to play a little bit just because they were familiar with the IPs.
I didn't like Rifts. There's a channel that covers Rifts all the time, and I love it when they just cover regular Palladium fantasy because that's what I kind of like the best. But I don't like Rifts. I don't know. I don't like Rifts.
Another old one that I don't think really worked, but is an interesting read and is one of my favorite fantasy franchises is the Amber Diceless RPG.
Oh boy.
It's your boy from Palladium actually wrote it. But it's a very weird diceless. You do like an auction at that's like a central thing is like you're doing an auction when you create your characters and sort of defines the ranking of where everybody sits. So when they do PvP, those rankings kind of determine who's going to win. It's weird. It doesn't really work. It's cool. I don't think it really works though. I wish they would make another. Supposedly, Colbert is a executive producing and backing a TV adaptation finally of the Amber books.
Really?
They've been floating through licensing hell since the 80s. Like they're going to make movies, then they're going to make TV series, they're going to make a movie. I think that they could make a really good adaptation of it for the screen, but it definitely would need a different RPG because that one doesn't work for a whole lot of reasons.
The Lasny stories haven't translated well.
Like there's
Damnation Alley, so horrible.
Yeah, there's stuff.
Oh my god, yeah.
Even in Amber, there's stuff in there they'd have to mess around with. But
Damnation Alley is an amazing movie. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like better than
that was supposed to take out Star Wars. Remember,
it's like better than Escape from New York.
This one, I don't know if you. I like Escape from New York, by the way. There's actually I didn't grab these, but like there's the Everyday Heroes. You guys probably would hate this because it's just a 5e reskin basically. Yeah. But I did play Escape from New York at a convention, and like it was Jason. It's like exactly what you were saying. It's like wow, I am in this world, and even though the rules are angering me to no end, like just having the experience of being
and they have several
in there.
They have several IPs.
Kong,
they got the Highlander,
Pacific Rim, and Rambo.
Yeah.
It's
Highlander.
Okay, yes, I'm familiar. Whenever we go to MEPA, that group is always down in the basement in one of the back rooms with all those awesome IPs. And you and I have gone and looked at them. I'm like, well, I love Rambo. God, this is cool. And you're like, no, here's what it is. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's 5e. It's just 5e. This I don't know if you have these, Roger. I can't imagine anybody else.
I do not.
But, so Dark Crystal and the Labyrinth, they made these two kind of standalone mass market. They're sort of RPGs. Labyrinth is actually by Ben Milton, and is more of like each 2-page spread is like a little mini encounter or puzzle that you have to go through in Labyrinth. The Dark Crystal one is actually like a surprisingly full-featured RPG, like sandbox.
Really?
It pulls in a lot of stuff from the Netflix series. I don't know if you guys are down with Dark Crystal or not, but the Netflix series is actually awesome.
It's on my list. I didn't watch the Netflix series.
Yeah,
but I
you can get past the whole puppet thing.
A second season.
Yeah, because it was so expensive, and then it needed. I guess it was partially the cost and partially COVID. Like because it's puppets, they had this crazy huge cast that they needed to pull it off, and like they couldn't make it during COVID. They just canceled it.
The puppets don't bother me. Yeah. That's
what makes me mad is waste money on other crap when they could have made another season.
It's so good. It's one of the better like fantasy things that has come out in the last 20 years. Like it's really good.
I grew up loving the original movie. Like I remember going to the theater and seeing it, and and the show did not disappoint. Like the show was really good.
Yeah, so this
way
is like,
better than the fucking show of Willow that Disney did.
Oh my god! Didn't they pull
I didn't
that?
watch it.
You mean
They
the show
pulled
they
it. You
deleted?
can't even watch it. Yeah, they deleted
yeah,
that.
it sucked so bad they deleted it. That
Yeah.
show
this
was
is going back to like
abomination.
what you were showing with the Andrew Coe books, the Oz and stuff like that. Like this is a really nice book. It's like a $20 mass market book. It's got a bookmark that has like a rules summary on it. It's got a ribbon and everything. I mean, it's a nice little RPG book. So surprisingly,
they made a Dark Crystal RPG.
Surprisingly, like full featured for what it is, and it is kind of like, you know, baby's first RPG. Like it's definitely not, you know, but it is like
it's not like rules heavy or anything.
No, but it is a real RPG.
Yeah,
like I
cool,
was really
though.
surprised to see it was actually like more of an RPG than I expected.
That's my wife's favorite movie, I think, like fantasy wise.
Yeah, you should check out. Yeah, it's
Dark
like $20
Crystal.
or something on Amazon. I mean, it's a pretty
Dark
cool,
Crystal
nice little
River
book.
Horse, the Dark Crystal adventure game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Wow, $24.95 on Amazon.
yeah, it's actually pretty
How
nice.
you go wrong with that? It looked
Oh,
dark.
wait.
It looks nice too.
I think that's most of. I think we covered a lot of the. I mean, there's like lots of Warhammer stuff, right? Like this one's actually pretty good. Imperium
I
Maledictum.
heard that one's good.
Yeah. Yeah, because
you're
it's
not
more like what we
Space Marines.
Yeah,
you're kicking everything's ass.
exactly. It's like solves the same issue with Star Wars, right? Where it's like, hey, I'm just a regular dude, and then like here's this genetically perfect guy in a suit of armor that's impenetrable, and it's like, I don't know if you guys know this reference, but there's what is the name of that British show? It's it's like an anthology. Mitchell and Webb, and like they did a recurring thing where it's like one dude is like a wizard that can call down like the host of Archangel from heaven, and the other dude is like a good BMX bike rider, and they're like a crime fighting dude. One dude's like totally useless. It's totally useless. That's what I always think of when it's like you have one Jedi or like one Space Marine in your party. It's like, what are the rest of you guys even doing here? So
but it would be kind of neat to run a bunch of chaos, like a couple chaos Space Marines that chase them around, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like having
Paul
Darth
knew that
Vader
reference
and the
immediately.
Die 6.
Yes, Angel Summoner and the BMX Bandit. Yeah, thank you. That's it. Yeah, they're funny. You can see them on YouTube. But yeah, that's what it feels like to me when you have like one Jedi and a bunch of doofuses. Like it's just ridiculous. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I got Gangbusters.
I want
to play that so badly.
Yeah,
and this, I think this is perfect for I mean, if you want to do like a Green Hornet game or like Peaky Blinders or even like The Sopranos or Godfather, The Untouchables.
I just want to walk around talking like I'm in the 30s.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's the draw, right? Everybody, you know,
everybody wants to talk like a gangster.
Talk about that. Yeah.
Right. I'll just watch a bunch of Edward G. Robinson movies and just come in, hey, see?
Yeah. I'm going to go back and read all my Dashiell Hammett again and be ready to go.
Yeah. So
what are you, some sort of stiff?
It's funny, like I didn't grab any because everybody knows what they are, but I would argue probably the most successful adaptation game ever is Call of Cthulhu. Right. I mean, like like of all the games, like that's the most successful one. It's the same, same rule set. It's on 7th edition, but the 1st edition stuff is largely compatible. I mean, that's an adapted work. So
I love Call of Cthulhu. I like Elric too. Elric and Call of Cthulhu are my Chaosium games of choice.
Edgelord and I have found something to disagree on.
You hate Elric?
Elric is tired as hell. I read it when I was in my 20s because a friend of mine was like, "My God, you've got to read this!" Like he was spurging all over it, and I read it and I was like, "This guy's a dipshit and his sword is terrible." I mean, like I saw the end. I mean, you see the end.
He's not Conan. That's the whole thing. That's like Michael Moorcock rebelling against
just
Tolkien
did not
and Conan.
Yeah,
but I like the Eternal Champion series a lot. I like a lot of the care. I like Corum. I like Cockmoon. Just not a Moorcock fan. Awesome. We found something to disagree on.
And I like the Cthulhu books, except, and I've talked to this, with Roger. I've talked about this. I like the books. I think they're interesting, but every single one is the same way. Oh, the unspeakable horror got me. I passed out and woke up. And what was it? I don't know. It was unspeakable. And I can't remember what it looked like. It scared me so badly. And I'm like, okay, this is This is very poorly written. This is a guy who had an idea for a horror story and couldn't think of a way to express the horror. So we said, it's so scary, you don't know.
And
I think Abraham Merritt did it a little better, but I agree.
We've talked about that a little bit. And I think Ducato has got me sold on Delta Green.
He's been selling me on that the past couple times
over the Call of Cthulhu thing. And I mean, I don't know. You could probably run that in, in Blacklight. I mean, Delta Green is its own system. It's probably fine. Just use that. But I
gotta
know
get
that's
Blacklight. That's Shadow Dark, right? That's Shadow Dark based.
Yeah.
I got to get that.
We have 20 minutes left.
But I think Victor did a great thing. Yeah. What does anybody else have anything else they want to get? I know Jason wants to talk about something for the next 20 minutes.
No, I'll try not to.
I don't have a whole lot really that I
I'll defer to Jason because I think I know what he's going to talk about.
Pulled out more. There was a couple things that I wanted to touch on. If I don't know if there's actually a Game of Thrones RPG. I know there's
I think there was a setting, wasn't there?
Was there?
There was a role-playing game early on.
I know we talked about Pundit earlier, but he's got his Lion and Dragon system.
That's a great system.
With
the rules of punishment in that is good. I love crime and punishment rules in that.
And the Dark Albion is the Rose War, and that's that's what Game of Thrones is based on too. So I think there's
good books.
A big overlap there.
I get my issues with Pundit, but he does have some good books.
Yeah, sure. No, I can see that. And then the Stranger Things thing, I know they've done that, a lot, and I know WotC's done their thing, but Bloat has his
Bloat. I was going to mention that.
Demogorgons, and there's also Kids on Bikes if you're looking for not as
fun. I played that.
There's a Dark Places and Demogorgons for OSE also that he did. If you want to use rules, instead of the Survive This. Yeah. I don't know if that's still available or not, but
I don't know either. I'm not sure. But there's those there.
Is OSE getting rid of classic fantasy
yes.
Yes,
they are.
No, they're getting rid of print copies of it. You're still going to be able to get the PDFs.
Yeah. Yes.
Why they won't go to print on demand with it and just leave it a print on demand? I have no idea. But you're still going to be able to get PDFs for it. But they're transitioning over to the advanced is going to be their main thing.
It's just simplifying the product line. My guess is that sales show that's the one people are playing. So they're just
and their advanced isn't even advanced. It's just the extra stuff.
Yeah,
it's really
using their basic system.
Expert.
Yeah, right.
I played it.
Yeah, right. It's more basic.
It's good.
It's more
I'm
expert
not complaining about it, but it's not.
Yeah,
I didn't feel like I was playing
it's not advanced 1E, right?
No,
right. They took that 1E and made it into the BX rules, which is fine. But I think that's really all I had. I had some other stuff that's kind of tertiary kind of stuff, but with a cut for time, we'll say. But what else? What Ducato? You got anything else quick or
no? I got nothing. Let's give it to Jason.
What you want to just wait for Jason? Is that it? We want to see what he's got. What do you got, buddy?
Okay.
What do you got for us?
I have Blacklight, which we talked about briefly last week because it came in, and so I started looking at it. I said last week that initially I was not really interested in it. I've got Shadow Dark. That's cool. And Roger was like, well, I took a look at the guns and they look pretty good. So I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And not because I just need to have guns. I like it to be realistic. So I ordered it. It came in. I started flipping through it and I'm like, man, this is really cool. I took it to bed and I would, I would go through half an hour. I would read. No, the pages aren't sticky.
He went there.
And so but half an hour before I would fall asleep, I would be reading through it. I was like, man, this is really good. And then it went from, man, this is really good to, man, this is really great. And then I was like, man, this is freaking amazing. I can't wait to play this game. So my initial thought was, it's like Shadow Dark modern, but you're fighting vampires and stuff. And that is partially true. One of the things that he says in the book is for the monsters, All the monsters from the Shadow Dark and all of its sub games are available to use because they're all fully compatible. But
cool.
He's got his own monsters because it's not just like it's opening up a portal to medieval fantasy. It's in fact, I was thinking it's kind of Stranger Things meets Stargate. So the things that are on the other side of these gates, and they look like this, they're a triangle. And so, but it's not like, oh, there's orcs in there. It's some kind of other dimensional. It's like a demigorgon or something, things of that nature. So there's proprietary monsters in here as well, or blacklight specific, not proprietary, but blacklight specific. And so I was like, well, let me see what the monsters are. I flip it open. The first page that I stopped at had the Wendigo and the Revenant. Those are two of my very favorite monsters because they're based in North American mythos. And I was just like, man, this just keeps getting better. So then I went and looked at the equipment. I was looking at the firearms, tons of different ammunition, realistic descriptions of all the ammunition. I thought that was super cool, including Dragon's Breath shotgun ammunition. And if you've never seen that, watch the third John Wick movie because they use it a whole lot in there. And of course, John Wick isn't real, but the Dragon's Breath ammunition is real. It's a shotgun round that fires incendiary rounds. And when it leaves the barrel, the friction from the barrel causes the rounds to ignite. So it's basically like a shotgun flamethrower. And I was like, now, what application is that? Vampires. You're going to torch a vampire with this stuff. And I'm like, hell yes, this is badass. So I'm carrying on looking at the stuff. And I came to these two vehicles here. Now, this is a Humvee. Everybody knows what a Hummer looks like. This is a real touched up photo of the Rangers, the U.S. Army Rangers dune buggy. It's a fast attack vehicle is what it is. I was not a Ranger, so I never got to ride one of those things. But when I was at Fort Lewis, there was a Ranger battalion right up the hill. We all hated them. Part of the reason that we hated them is because they had 30 of those freaking things sitting in the motor pool. And so every time that we would be walking up the field because we were light, sort of walking around with our backpacks on, the Rangers would hop in these freaking dune buggies and haul ass out to the field and go out there training. Who the hell doesn't want to do that? So when I saw it in the book, I was like, this guy seriously, and he's Dutch. He's not American. He seriously put the work in this book. It is so freaking cool. So how does this tie into video games? I was reading through it and I kept thinking, man, this really feels similar to something. What is it? And I was like, it's Stalker. I hope everyone here has played the video game Stalker, especially the first one.
Yeah.
The first three were good. I didn't care for Stalker 2. Maybe it's better now, but I pre-ordered its release and it was terrible, man.
That's the Chernobyl one?
Yes.
Right? Oh, no, yes. I don't think I've played that. I'm thinking of
Stalker Shadows of Chernobyl, Stalker Clear Sky, and Stalker Call of Pripyat are amazing. Call of Chernobyl has one of the coolest storylines I've ever experienced in a game. The whole time you're pursuing a guy named Strelok, and the whole time there's someone pursuing you. So you're trying to evade this guy that's pursuing you while you're trying to catch Strelok. At the end of the game, you find out that you are Strelok. You are pursuing yourself and being pursued by yourself the whole time. And it's because of the entity that's inside the Chernobyl reactor is causing this. And the first time I played it and I realized that I was Strelok and being pursued by myself while pursuing myself, I was blown away by it. And never mind the fact the game is just freaking awesome. So I was reading Blacklight and I was like, I could run Stalker using the Blacklight rules. So I can't wait to play this. I can't wait to run this. It's going to be awesome. I'm
like
super
a party
excited for it.
Chasing another party, being chased by the same party.
Maybe, I probably wouldn't do that because it would just start getting really complicated. But you could still you're going into the neutral zone, and that was part of it. The other part, I was looking through it, and and the first page, the first 5 pages of the enemies is rival factions. So it's not all monsters. It's not all vampires or interdimensional beings. It's government agencies. It's bandit splinters that have that are broken away from the the Black Ops guys, or it's Russian agents, or it's a resurrected Nazi cabal going after it. And that was like the first 5 pages of the enemies, and I was like, man, this just keeps getting better, because in Stalker there are plenty of monsters that you fight, but most of the time what you're fighting is these rival stalkers that there'll be 5 of these bandits out, or like a containment military company out there that you've got to go around or go through. And this is the game that you can replicate that stuff with. And I just, like I said, the more I read it, I really hope we get to have this guy on as a guest, because I would love to talk to him about this.
But you can even like kind of gonzo that a little bit and just have a bunch of like Nazi orcs with guns. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That would be kind of fun.
And the whole premise of the game, because I'm sure that most of you guys don't know, the whole premise of the game is World War II, the Nazis were researching the occult, which they were, and they created an engine that was opening up rifts because they were trying to bring these super beings through to fight the Allies. I forgot the name of the Spec Ops group that goes in, but the Spec Op group goes in, they fight the Nazis, they shut the machine down, but the Nazis get it started before we shut it down. So the short amount of time that it was running was enough to cause these little tears. And I think there's 6 degrees of tears. There's like little ones where like, oh, an orc came through, we have to go and close this tear down. And then just like level 6 tears where it's like the Demigorgon is coming through. Yeah, and so, cool. But you're not just killing the monsters, like you're going into the tear to find the source of it, to capture anything that you can, so that we, because you're government agents, to research it. And man,
there's like a Stranger Things element to it.
Yes,
too.
And that's why I was like, it's like Stranger Things and really SG-1.
Paul mentioned BPRD, the Hellboy.
I love
Hellboy
that
thing there. You could definitely run that. It's definitely
yes.
I didn't read through the whole Blacklight book, but you're all humans, right? There's no options for playing.
Yeah, you're all humans.
I got to get
at least I haven't seen
not a Hellboy or anything like that. But but that's basically what it looks like to me, Paul. Is you're like a special ops team.
And the Spec Ops team is kind of like the OSS. The Office of Special Services became the CIA after the war, and so that's like you're a Blacklight crew. Well, originally it was like an NGO. There were people from like all the allies. It was like the best of the best. Like everybody's special forces came together to form this elite team. They went in and they closed the machine down, and now it's current day. But you've got these tears that are opening up, and so you're on this. You're like a 5th generation guy that's going in.
That makes for like inter-party kind of factions too. Like I read. Army guy is one of the party members versus like a British MI5 guy or something. That sounds like fun, actually.
And not everybody wants. You are working as a team, but
there's tension. It'd be nice.
And there's nothing saying that just because your boss said bring it back alive doesn't mean that the other boss that this boss doesn't know about doesn't say get rid of it, bring back a sample. And so but that's up to the DM. There's nothing saying that you can't just bend this however you want it. Man, I have not been this excited about a new RPG in a very long time.
Yeah, wow.
Super excited about this.
I mean, you even mentioned running it, which is
rare.
Which is a rare thing where you're actually like, hey, I want to run this. Like that's
it's definitely I showed you guys the photos, and it's definitely military oriented. So if even if you're like just a war buff movie or a war gamer, you don't have to be a soldier or a former soldier or a tactician to play the game. It is a game. It's meant for everybody to play. So I wouldn't say maybe you don't want to play this. It's for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm big on that stuff. Playability and stuff, especially with guns. And me, like I generally try and simplify the whole gun like thing and in a lot of games and stuff, just because I don't want to overcomplicate, especially like when I ran the post-apocalyptic games. Like I don't want to run I don't want to have like 800 different types of ammo and like all this stuff. You know what I mean? So
Not to mention, I don't know enough. I'd like
right.
My buddy Q in the chat knows all about various firearms, and like I don't know shit. So I would feel like I'd be saying, "Oh yeah, it's an AK." Well, what do you mean an AK? Is it the Chinese knockoff? Is it the? I'm like, I don't know. It just says AK.
Yeah. And so, but I think Victor does it in a decent way where it's not overcomplicated.
Yeah.
But it's enough, to make people like Jason happy, but easy enough for like everybody else to kind of understand.
It's Shadow Dark. I mean, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's meant to be easy.
Yeah, right.
It's just
right.
And like I go back to what I said earlier in the show. I want the game to make me feel like I'm in the world. And when I'm reading this, I'm like, man, I was instantly sucked into this world. That's super cool.
Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome.
I think we all read that at the same time.
I used to have that, and Spycraft is one of the best RPGs I ever played. The first version, the OGL version. Spycraft 2 was not good. At least I didn't think so. Played that with my friends at Fort Lewis. Well, it was a blast.
Yeah. I mean, there's, I'd rather have things more simplified than overcomplicated, and it depends on how it's handled. So I don't know how Spycraft handled, weapons and stuff, but I'm assuming that they went in depth.
Like back in the day when everyone wanted more crunch in their games.
Yeah.
And then they got it and they all cried.
And then they got it and everyone, and now I'm like, oh yeah, that wasn't as great as that sounded.
Yeah.
Well, for modern firearms, going back to what Edgelord said, if you're going to do like a post-apocalyptic game in North America, assuming that the enemy is Russia or China, you are looking at the AK. And it doesn't matter whether the metal was stamped in China or Russia, it used the same ammunition.
Right.
In any American weapon for the past 60, 70 years has been 5.56 millimeter or 7.62. If the M16, the M4, those weapons are what all American soldiers use, and they all use the exact same round, 5.56 millimeter. That's it. So really, you don't have to worry about, because Roger's talking about the complications. Games like Wasteland, the video game Wasteland, it was an AK or an M16. You had a 5.56 or a 7.62. Didn't matter. So you really don't have, what about the pistols? Okay, give them a 9 millimeter or a 45. There you go. It's simple. It does not have to be difficult. Even people like me that want to, and like if you want to throw something really rare in, throw in the M60 or the M240, even those still use a 7.62. They use a different 7.62 than the AK because it's the NATO round. Excuse me, talking too much, obviously. But so make that rare. But you can find 5.56 in anybody's basement in Oklahoma. Versus, so you found a dead platoon of Chinese invaders, and they've all got AKs.
But that goes back to being a good player too. Like if I said something like that, you're not the type of player that's just like, well, actually, you know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe afterwards you'd probably go, hey, by the way.
If I was playing with a group that was all military, like it was me and my buddies that I'm talking to, that I'm messaging back and forth, and we're all retired or medically retired. If
Right.
it was like 5 of us playing and the DM was also a veteran, then we would be picking at him.
Well, that's different, right?
But not in the way you're thinking. We would be
it's a ball
okay,
busting.
look,
It's right?
exactly.
Exactly.
That dude is using iron sights. Are you sure he got us? And so that's the kind of thing that it would be.
Yeah.
Jason, what do you make of the Twilight 2000? Have you played the new version of that? Freely?
You must
go
have missed
again.
me gushing over Twilight 2000.
I think I remember you gushing about
my
that.
first introduction to Free League was the first time Roger and I went to PAX Unplugged. We were walking by, I don't even think it was a Free League booth because they were still kind of small at the time. We were walking by a booth, and I saw Twilight 2000, and I was like, that doesn't look like Twilight 2000, because I played the original. And I walked up and it said 4th edition. And I looked at Roger and I went, well, and I bought it right there on the spot. and took it back to the hotel that night, and I just kept reading it. I freaking love the the Free League version of Twilight 2000 is flawless, absolutely flawless. Yeah. Yes, and I absolutely I mean that 100%. There is not one thing that is done incorrectly in that game, and they've released a bunch of expansions for it. It just keeps getting better, man. It's great.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it.
And I still have the original Games Workshop Twilight 2000. In fact, I found that in a game shop that Roger and I went to, and it was sitting on the shelf for $80, and I was like, I'll take it. I was so happy to see that. So it's sitting on my shelf. Yeah. It's amazing. Play it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What else did GDW make besides Twilight 2000? They made another one, didn't they?
Nothing. I'm sure they made other stuff, but that was the other thing I played.
Yeah.
They make James Bond. Oh no, that was Victory. I thought they made something. I forget.
Traveler. That's
Traveler. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
the box that I have here.
Paul's statement there is absolutely correct about the modern weapons. Unless if you're using an AK versus an M16, they're both going to damage the body. If you're wearing body armor, you're going to be okay with a couple of those shots. If you go up to something like a 50 cal, and this leads to what I was talking about earlier about weapon damage a few podcasts ago. When you, in fact, if you want to see what a 50 caliber machine gun does to a human body, watch Rambo 4. It is the most realistic depiction of that I've ever seen. It blows pieces off the body. It is horrible to see. And that's like, it bugs me when video games have my character toting around a Fallout 76. I was using a 50 cal for the longest time, walking around with it. And I'm wearing powder armor, so I can carry this 50 cal around. But it's like bad guys are soaking up these rounds. It tears people apart. That is what a 50 cal should do. So when I see that a 50 cal in an RPG does crazy huge damage, I'm like, that's right.
Do you ever watch Kentucky Ballistics? I think it's a YouTube channel.
I have not.
He basically takes weapons and like he has these like simulated bodies that people make. I love that show.
Yeah, the ballistic gel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look that stuff up. It's horrifying to see what
it is.
That will do to people.
What's what's Victor got for a 50 cal damage in Blacklight? I
haven't looked, but I will take a look real quick. And you guys, because really, I've said everything that I wanted to say about Blacklight. So I'll look and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited that you want to run it. So
I didn't know you were going to talk about that. That's cool. You sold me.
I was reading through it this morning, and like I said, because it's sitting here on my desk, and like every time I walk by, I'm like, let me read a couple more pages. It's so good. Yeah. Absolutely thrilled with this.
No, that's cool. No, I'm glad that it. That works out and that you're excited to run it. I mean, that's rare, so that's really cool. But yeah, so that'll be fun. What else? Dakota, what do you got? You got any other game movie based stuff, anything like that to talk about?
I don't think so.
I mean, I went through most of my list. What
you guys?
I'll mention one real quick, actually.
Yeah.
It's another Free League game, Vaesen. So, if you ever watched the show Grimm, that was a series for like 6 seasons.
Oh yeah, I remember. Okay. Yeah,
very much the same like mythology as far as like.
It is.
You can like certain people like in Vaesen, if you're not familiar, like you play a character that has the sight, which means you can see Vaesen. In Grimm, the Vaesen appeared like normal people, and then the Grimm was one guy, and he could see what they really were. I really liked that show, and then I watched it years ago, and then when I got Vaesen and I started reading it, I was like, "Holy shit! Like that's the whole same concept. Like it was really good."
That's cool. Yeah. Vaesen's definitely on my list to run. I have the starter.
Absolutely,
a fun game.
Box. I definitely want to run it.
I've played it a few times. I've run it a few times. Cool. It's been a while, but I really liked it. Vaesen and Cthulhu are probably my two favorites for that style of investigative horror game.
Free League has it going on. I swear, they really do.
Yeah, they put out really good stuff. I mean, I can't think of anything that. Well, yeah, I mean, there's just that one issue I had with the Free League. That was it. There was one. Mm-hmm. The one issue is the cover of the Electric State. The Electric State. I should have bought the normal edition of the book.
Yep.
And I bought the special edition because all of them have been great, and it's this this bright pink color with this
You know
blue
what
symbol on it.
you know what
and
happened to me with that is when I got the special leather bound edition of the last Hyperborea. I should have got the regular one. I don't like that
really,
orange.
I have
love
both.
Yeah,
I
do
love
you?
it.
I do too. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love it.
I
Yeah,
like
I
the
do too.
art.
Yeah.
I like the art on the base one though. The art looks
Oh, it's
kinda-
Oh, the
awesome.
art's awesome. The art's
Yeah.
awesome, but I like having the leather, the faux leather
I
one.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got both.
Which is
after
also
I-
great, I guess, if you're going to translate Conan to D&D. That's perfect.
Yeah.
In a nice cleaned up 1E system.
Yeah.
So I've got the numbers for you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
See, okay, so the M1911A1, that is my beloved 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. I've got one sitting over there. I absolutely love it. It does 1d8 damage, and that's realistic to me.
1d8. Okay.
I'm down with that. The Baird M107, this is a 50 caliber sniping rifle, does 48 damage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes. So if you hit a
Okay.
first level character that has 1d6, 1d8 hit points,
I was going
You're
to say,
going to
what's a
blow them
regular
out.
character? 1d6?
yeah.
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 Cool.
So and it's melee pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, blast weapons. This game is so damn cool, man. I can't wait to keep.
Yeah,
I keep
wish I did.
every time I flip a page, I'm like, God, it's even better.
If you run it online, I want in.
Yeah, I would play too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will keep that in mind. No
Wow,
promises.
look at
I
that.
still got a Western and a Greek campaign I'm supposed to be running, but
Well, you got to get your Crusades and Carpentry channel up and
Right.
running.
well, you probably
Yes.
can't see it, but it also has attachments and
Here, we
mods,
can
silencers, extended
get it up there.
magazines.
Get it up there. Look at all that cool stuff. Attachments. Yeah.
Oh, I just can't wait, dude. I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
that looks awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Man.
No, it looks cool. And
Yeah, see, Jason, for what it's worth, Delta Green, I was just arguing with somebody about Delta Green the other day. They said they bounced off it because they didn't like how detailed it was about all the firearms and equipment options.
Yeah, a lot of people are just like, I just don't need that much information.
Yeah,
I
so
get it.
But
it's
that's
interesting because like you don't need that stuff to play Delta Green at all, but I
Right.
like that it's there because you are playing a lot of the characters are like, you know, they're FBI, they're from the different branches of the military, they're police.
Yes,
And
you might
people-
not be interested in it, but your character should be
Yeah.
interested in it.
Well, and if you don't have it, somebody that wants it there is going to feel its absence.
Mhm.
But the people who don't care, they don't care. Just all right, all these guns do
Right.
D8. I don't care which one I have, right? So I think it's cool that they have the stuff there. But like you can definitely spec out a character in Delta Green that has a super realistic kit to wherever they're coming from, which I think you would appreciate. But you don't need to have it, but it's there,
Right.
which I think is cool.
Yeah.
To what Matt just said, the Glass Cannon podcast stream, they did Delta Green, and I think they still do. In the very first session of that, this was years ago, they had a
was
guy that
Grant.
was on there,
Grant.
and he must have done the most in-depth search because they had to spec out their characters, and he just went down this list of, it was like a whole tech sheet of
Oh,
everything
God.
he was
Yeah.
ever issued, and it was hilarious, you know,
Yeah.
Wow.
knowing a little bit about that stuff.
Yeah,
It
it was
was,
this
it was
flashlight. It was
freaking
this
hilarious. Yeah.
vest. I mean, this radio. It was like
that
car
whole
he
got-
V-cell
Yeah.
angle head flashlight
Oh
Yeah.
my
never
God.
worked.
Oh, it was
Oh
Yeah.
my
great.
God,
It was good. It was
sucked so
hilarious to
bad.
listen to.
Yeah, but he went total gear porn on his. Like the other guys just showed up and they're like, "Yeah, my dude's got this shirt and whatever," and he just gear porned out on like
Nice.
this list of all the specific.
Yeah,
gear
he had the thing
yeah.
totally specced out.
Yeah, and he probably had a lot of
awesome.
fun doing it too. That's
Yeah.
the point.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
a good player.
The best part about that episode they did it's the they did the module from the Need to Know. It's like the intro thing. They spent half of their actual play was them arguing about, because they're in New York City. It's them arguing about like which train you would take or which way you would go from here to there. It's
Oh my
you wouldn't
God.
take
Hell
that at
doesn't
4
go
o'clock.
there.
Yeah. Do you know what the traffic would be like? It's so funny. It's they're just cracking me up. To
That's
argue about
awesome.
That stuff.
That's crazy. That's kind of cool though.
My
Yeah, it is.
some of my army buddies and I, none of them play RPGs except for me, and I catch hell all the time for it. I don't care. But we were talking about carrying equipment, When I first came in, we used the Alice system. It's the old OD green stuff you see in all the Vietnam movies.
yeah.
That's it's I don't remember what the A is, but it's load carrying equipment is what Alice is. And I loved my Alice pack. I had a large pack, and I had sewn pads onto the hips. I put extra pockets on the outside. Man, I could carry anything in that, and I could just walk for miles with it. I loved it. And then I think it was the late 90s, early 2000s. I think I was at Fort Lewis when we got it, so that would have been 2000. They introduced the Molly system. It's the modular load lifting equipment, something or other. But I remember seeing this female captain on TV, on AFN, Armed Forces Network. It's military television. She was one of the people that greenlighted this stuff. And she was talking to the reporter, and she said that the average soldier would be able to carry over 100 pounds with this easily. And I remember looking at my buddies and and we were like, this bitch is smoking crack, because 100 pounds is 100 pounds no matter how you ruck it.
Right.
And so, and then we get it. And the Molly pack is like this it's huge. And the average soldier puts that thing on and they want to die. A lesser soldier, like say a 5 foot tall female, she puts that thing on and it's hilarious.
She'll
because
topple over.
The bottom of the ruck will drag on the ground. It is freaking hilarious watching that stuff. So like anytime that I was allowed to, I would kick my Molly to the curb and grab my Alice pack. Just I'd worn it for so many hours that like my body, it fit perfectly.
Yeah.
So, but my whole point that, it's Decado talking about the guy that's writing out the list of every single thing that he's got. Like I'm seeing that in my head. Okay, I've got a large Alice pack. It's got 3 pouches on the outside. It's got 3 more up top. Blah 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 blah. And I talk about the green angle head flashlight. The thing's a piece of shit. You throw it away. You go buy a screen
total
flashlight.
garbage.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I've got a Surefire that I used in Iraq, and it was it used 3 3-volt batteries. And it was a spotlight. And when I would turn it on, like we'd be out patrolling and I would turn on, I would go boom, like, I was making lightsaber noises while I've got this flashlight on. Yeah. So anyway, my whole point to that story is when Decado was talking about that, I see my character and I'm like just writing all this nonsense down. I'm really looking forward to playing this game. Roger, we have to play it.
Yeah, we'll play it. Paul mentions machine gun having a flat percentile chance. That's kind of cool.
Yep. Yeah. Certain weapons have a
That's
lethality score where it's like you don't even roll damage. If you roll this thing, you just die.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's
interesting.
A lot of people like when you look at older war movies, like you'll see somebody firing the grease gun, the M3A1. It's a 45 caliber submachine gun. It's very difficult to control. It rides up. So like when you shoot it, it goes up. So the bad guy is going to get hit by the first, maybe second round, but nothing else is going to hit him. The 30 caliber was heavy enough to keep it level so that you could put it on target. But now you have modern machine guns like the M249 SAW. It's a 5.56. You fire that thing and it doesn't rise. So you're putting an 8-round burst on the target. Or the M240, that's a 7.62 machine gun, but it's like the big brother for the SAW. It fires a 7.62, and when that thing shoots, it's not that the 7.62 is so big, but when it shoots, it's like this thunder that comes out of it. And man, Haji will run like the wind when you shoot a 240, and but that's just going back to being cut to pieces. With modern machine guns, they're so well made, they're so accurate. And modern soldiers are so well trained on them for the most part that they are just infinitely deadly. You will kill someone if you. It's not like, oh, I made my save. No, dude, I'm sorry. And that's that percentile chance.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. You're dead, dude. That's just the way it is. Anyway, that was my whole point. So good call with that. So I like that.
So I guess we're at almost 3:15 here. What
we didn't talk about comic book stuff at all.
We didn't talk about comic book stuff at all. I brought one of them out, but we talked about that last week.
Sentinel.
There are a lot of superhero games.
Yeah, Marvel alone has.
I'm having a blast with Sentinel. I didn't think I was going to.
Marvel alone has a ton. DC has a handful of them.
I'm an old face rip guy.
Stuff.
Yeah, we talked about a little bit on one of the other episodes I was on, but that TSR Marvel game, probably like I first played a Dungeons and Dragons, the first role playing game I played at like a school thing, and then one of my friends was really into it, and we talked about it a lot. But the RPG I actually played the most when I was in elementary school was Marvel. Because like that one was
game.
Yeah, I mean it was like in the middle 80s, right? So like not all the teachers at school were down with you having Dragon magazine or
sure.
But like
if you
Marvel
had
stuff, nobody cared about.
no one cared.
Everybody loved Spider-Man.
That wasn't part of the satanic panic.
Yep.
I got into the DC game, the DC Heroes game, the Mayfair one. Which that was, I was really big on that. And so it was crunchy, but I mean, I don't know, it didn't seem as crunchy then as it is now. And I think a lot of
that unit conversion table thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And you kind of had to get used to that. I enjoyed that, like, because everything was doubled. So every point that you went up was double the previous point. So you had like numbers that were like in range of each other. So I thought that was pretty cool.
You just talked about people can't add 4d6s together. Now you're going, like logarithmic scales or whatever. People,
but the logarithmic scale was easy because it brought the numbers down closer together. And
wait till they play Villains of Vigilantes.
Judy's, where they got I don't know. So I think that was easier because the scale was already kind of done up for you. But right now, I'm my super game that I'm running, superheroes. I'm Sentinel Comics, which is a very kind of simple game. The kind of hard part about it is like the character creation. That's what takes like a while. But to do a normal action, you're rolling 3 dice. You're rolling whatever quality you have, whatever power you have, and then whatever your status is. And you roll all 3 of those dice, and whatever the middle result is, that's the effect. So if you roll, a D10, a D8, and a D12, and you roll a 2, a 6, and an 8, like the 6, you do 6 damage if you're punching.
Or a 2, 2, and 1.
Or a 2, 2, and 1, you're doing 2 damage to somebody. I know you like rolling that, but whatever the middle result is, you do it, and that's the basic action in the game. And so there's no roll to hit, so it just kind of automatically affects, and it goes really, really quick.
That's a game to play right now
because they went out. They went out of business, or I guess greater than games. So,
I talked about this very briefly last week. I was so set not to like this game. For me, the art is very off-putting. Like I judged the book by its cover, and I was like, this is not a game for me. We started playing it. Man, we did our second session this weekend. Having a blast with it.
What game? The Sentinel game?
Sentinels, yeah.
Sentinel Comics, yeah.
Sentinel Comics, yeah.
It's based on the card game, the Sentinels of the Multiverse.
I think
card game. It's that world.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that I knew that I was going to hate about it was the Popcorn Initiative, because Roger had already told me about it, and I was like, oh, this sounds terrible. I don't like it. Wrong again. It's great. The Popcorn Initiative keeps every person at the table involved in what's going on, because you don't just roll a D6. Oh, okay, I've got a 6 + 2. I'm going on 8. I'm going to go first, and then I'm going to.
I love it when a game does that.
Yeah, man, it's really, really good.
Hard enough. It's hard enough to keep everyone from drifting.
Yeah, and this weekend, like, we finally figured out how to play as a team. So that's even more cool, because the first session, we were all kind of doing our own thing. We were working together, but it wasn't great. This weekend, we figured it out. And man, and one of the things, like, we planned 4 hours, 2.5, maybe 2:45, not quite 3 hours. We were done.
Yeah.
And it's because the combat is so fast in this game. The game never slows down. You keep going. Oh, it's great. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's a great game.
Yeah.
I got the turntable over there. I'd play the Batman 66 soundtrack while you guys are in combat.
Nice.
Nice. Biff, pow.
Yeah, no, it's been going pretty good. The only like character creation is a bear. Like, there's a lot of tables and a lot of stuff you're going through.
We were all making our first character, so none of us really knew what we were doing.
Yeah,
but I think after you've played it a bit, and once you understand what the different powers do, I think it'll be much easier. Like if I made my next character, it would be much easier.
Sure.
For me to make my next
Yeah.
Sometimes character creation's half the fun of a role-playing game too.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, they even made a board game
cool.
based on it called Role Player because it's
half
the fun is making a character.
Making the characters, no, on this system, I mean, I really recommend it, you know, for playing a supers game. You know, I mean, as much as I like the Marvel face rip system, the DC Heroes game, which they just did a Kickstarter 6 months ago or so with
DC Heroes
to reprint it. Yeah, to reprint it from the 80s. I backed it. I've got most of it anyway, but I backed it anyway. I like that system. Ascendant, I think is a decent system that combines like the face rip system and the DC Heroes game. And so, but it's I don't know. I think it's
Champions, right? Is Champions, was that one a superhero game?
Champions is a superhero game.
I think I still have that somewhere.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Jason, we were losing you there a little bit. I don't know.
No idea if you can all see me or not.
It's
seem to
very
be alone.
choppy. Yeah, it's very choppy, and you're blurry, and some of your voice.
One of those warp gates.
Yeah, he's in the upside down.
Yeah. You got to pay for better internet, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about ones we don't like. That new Marvel 616 system. Don't like that at all. I've seen the Glass Cannon guys play it, and they make it seem fun. But if you actually try to play it, it's, what do they call it? Like those games where you're like piloting a mech.
That's piloting a mech.
That's what it is. Like everything that you're doing is just calling on one of the superpowers that's a thing on your sheet. Like that's all that game is designed to do, and the dice mechanics are also weird. It's just not good.
You're coming a little staticky, Matt. I don't know if it's just me.
Okay.
But do you guys hear him staticky?
I hear him great, actually.
They seem fine.
Oh. Okay. Maybe it's just me then. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
All right. Yeah, I never heard anything great about 616. Yeah, I have not either.
It's different D6s, and they mean different things, and you're multiplying, and then you're dealing damage. So you have like my result times 5, but then you have a damage resistance factor of 2, so that takes it from a times 5 to a times 3. So then I'm multiplying this by 3 and adding this number. Like it's not good. I don't care for it at all.
I don't know. I'm not crazy about like some of Marvel's like stuff they came out with, like with I mean like game wise. I guess the Champions game everyone's going crazy about, but there's been such crappy Marvel stuff released over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's hard. I don't know if it's hard to make a superhero. I mean, it's got to be hard to make a superheroes game because they seem far and few between, or and then like Marvel's come out with, it's like every couple of years, maybe like there's like another one that they've
made a lot.
I think I've gotten out of comics because the games usually suck so bad. They kind of kept me in it for a while.
So I know they use the Cortex system there for one of them. I can't remember all the names now of all the Marvel systems there, but
comics as an IP too just feels like impossible to keep. I mean, I'm not keeping up with that stuff, right? And then there's a million different versions of everything. Like I think that's something cool about Sentinels is like, let's distill this back down to like the things that we liked about comics and superheroes, and then just build it back up with a system that supports that type of gameplay. And
especially if you're talking people who want to have canon in all their games, and like we were talking about the Forgotten Realms, every time they wrote a book and everyone's like, well, that's like times 10 with comics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that I'm enjoying. But can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I had a technical difficulty. I have no idea what happened. Anyway, this is one of the reasons that I'm enjoying Roger's Sentinels game is there's no Spider-Man. There's no Punisher, Batman, none of those people. We're the superheroes. There are others. In fact, we're kind of like, we're the B team in the superhero genre.
Yeah.
But I like it. There's Superman is not flying from Metropolis to save anybody. It's us, and I think that's really cool because that way I don't have to worry about the continuity or who is Spider-Man or who isn't. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Or you don't know everything about the supervillain you're going against.
Yeah.
There's like some mystery involved.
Right.
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic about this Invincible one that Free League is doing because I like the IP and I like Free League, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with that and what that looks like.
Yeah,
I'm going into it completely blind. I got it because Roger got it. Really,
you should watch Invincible. Invincible is good.
I've heard a lot of things about it. I'm like, that's really not for me.
Was that the Bruce Willis one?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, it's an Amazon Prime.
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. Yeah, Invincible is who is it? Kirkman, I think, did it.
Yeah,
I
Robert
think
Kirkman.
So. Yes, the guy that did The Walking Dead.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an Amazon Prime. It's an animated show. It's sort of like The Boys without all the gratuitous sex stuff. It's like a hyper violent, like realistic, like what would actually happen if superheroes were, fighting each other. It's a little silly, but it's good. I think it's really good.
Some of it's definitely
it's
silly, and it's a play on the other heroes that actually exist. Like the Aquaman in the show is actually like a fish person.
Yeah, there's a Martian Manhunter. There's there's riffs on the characters.
You compare it to The Boys. I do not enjoy the show. I like the first season.
Same.
I've read the entire comics run. When I worked at the comic shop, I made it a point to read that. It was very hit or miss. Garth Ennis, that's who wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
Garth Ennis hates superheroes, and he has said that numerous times. He wrote, so he wrote The Boys to kind of give the finger to the comics genre and its fans specifically. And so that's one of the things I don't like about it. I have no problem with the heroes being not so heroic when the cameras are not looking at them. I kind of like that. But the Boys, there was just so much hatred in it, hating the fandom that I don't appreciate.
Yeah, this isn't. I think when Matt
will do that.
I think when Matt says it's like The Boys, he's referring to like the violence. And the blood and all of that stuff that's in it. It's
then
like
when I have Amazon Prime, I might as well check it out.
Right. It's like there's a scene where it's like basically two Supermen fighting each other, and the one is basically just holding the other one in front of a moving train, and just the train just explodes and splits in half, and it's just showing what's happening.
Yeah.
Right.
And then when that happens, like there's blood and guts.
It's very violent.
The violence, the violence isn't really. I just talked about machine guns cutting people in half.
Yeah.
So the violence isn't the issue. It was the disdain that the Boys, especially the latter seasons of the show, have for the audience.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be assaulted by the creator. So if you're saying it's just a violent show that's cool, then I'll check it out. Like I said, I've got Amazon Prime. It's free. Might as well watch it.
Yeah,
like a gritty superhero kind of
cool.
Yeah, my concern with it is that as the season, because my son's read all the comics. My concern with it is like the power. It's got this power creep thing as it goes on, where it starts out sort of grounded, and now you're in space, and there's a whole bunch of super ultra cosmic powered people fighting each other, and you're blowing up planets and stuff. So it's like, how are they going to do the RPG and make it grounded? Are they like, what is that going to look like? So but I think it's a good IP, and I trust Free League, so I'm like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic about it.
And that's me. I trust Free League, and I got it because Roger had talked about it, and I was like, in fact, I was like the last guy to back it. I waited until it was almost done, and I was like, I'll go ahead and get it. Yeah. So but like you said, I trust Free League. We'll see what they give me.
Yeah, and I haven't. Have you looked at the quick start guide, Matt, that they put out, the PDFs? I haven't looked at any of it either. I'm like, I never do that. Rarely ever do that. I wait till I get the physical thing. So I don't know if they're gonna try and push, to push people to use the in character or the in universe characters, or if there's going to be a system to like make your own kind of super group or whatever.
I hope you get to make your own. I mean, that's the other thing with that Marvel 616 game that's out now is really designed for you to play existing Marvel characters. There's character creation, but it's not really what it's about.
That's a trap with a lot of superhero games.
Yeah.
That's why it sounds like the one you guys were talking about, Sentinel, was, you can make your own up, little superhero universe.
Yeah. And I think it's great, for that, because they specifically go into, I mean, they give you the examples, they give you the characters that are in the world, from the other games and stuff. But the character creation thing is, geared to, just go through, make your own character, come up with an idea, you kind of go through it and you pick, and you can go through that system, and go through and pick, the archetype and all that, and you can build any character that you wanted. Like if you said, hey, I want to build the Flash, like you can, you can definitely go through and do that.
Right.
And then the way the system works, you don't have to do it this way, but it's the way that I like to do it, and it's the preferred character creation method, is you roll randomly, but you get to add like the results of 2 dice together. So if you roll like 2d10 and you roll like a 2 and a 6, you can pick, results number 2, 6, or 8. So you have a choice of like 3 things to pick from like the archetypes, or
so you got like kind of a little control of what your superhero.
Yeah, so it's not 100% random, but and it kind of helps with the focus, because there's like a lot of like other abilities that are attached to things that you got to pick. It makes it so that you don't have like the analysis paralysis thing where it's like, okay, I'm picking one of these 3 things instead of one of these 20 things, or what,
Mm-hmm.
Does it stack too to where like you can be really good at speed? You know what I mean? Or
So you can, but it's all
neat.
Like the highest level is a D12 and something, right? So like it depends on what you're doing too, because like you might have a D12 in speed, right? But because you're taking the middle result, like you might have a quality that doesn't fit. Like if you've got a power that's speed and a quality that's like melee combat, and you're going to say like, you want to run in, like use your super speed and do a punch to somebody or whatever. Like if your melee combat is a D6, and then say your status die is like a D8, right? Like you're rolling a D12, a D6, and a D8 and taking the middle result. So like so there might be something that you have a D12 in, a quality, and a D12 as a power,
but it's
then
not
only those things combined, that's your thing. Right. So like if you've got a magic sword that's at a D12 and melee attack that's a D12, like, you might roll 2D12 and then, whatever your status is, but it's only for melee attacking with this sword, like that's, so it's, you're like really good at it, but it's this one thing that you're really good at. So like, like if that
you take that one thing away, you can, weakness.
Or if that character, needs to like rescue a civilian, like, their power and qualities are going to be lower, that they use for that, because, but, hey, they're really good at swinging a sword, So there's that kind of like trade-off. So you can kind of like, have lower die values and that's, diversified more. But so, I mean, it makes it interesting, like what you pick, how you're going to do things.
But that's also why you fight as a team. My guy, the quester, he's a sword guy. I'll fight the dragon. You can fly and you're fast and you can teleport. You go rescue the civilians from the falling building. And so man, I really, God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot speak highly enough about this game. It's excellent. It really is.
I mean, it's mostly the GM.
Boy.
Sometimes it really is, though. I mean, honestly, a GM can make or break a good game.
Roger's just giving me a hard time, and he knows I'm just giving him a hard time. The story that Roger is telling for us has been a blast to play. It really has just been a super good time. Super good time. Lame.
In spite of your best efforts, Jason.
Yeah. Yes, it will. In spite of my worst expectations, for sure. Yeah. I mean, seriously, dude. 2 weeks ago, I was sitting there. I always arrive an hour early. I'm sitting there in the comic shop. I've got my stuff laid out, and I was like, I'm sitting in the chair, and I'm like, I'm just gonna power through this, man. It'll be fine. It's only 4 hours. Hanging out with my buddies. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
2 hours later, man, I was like, this is badass, dude.
But
And
that's a good lesson for like all gamers. Like, you know, get out of your skin and play something like you're not used to.
Yeah.
Like I'm not used to playing superhero games, and like you said, all of a sudden you're like, I'm gonna power through this, and it's gonna suck. And sometimes it doesn't, and then that's when it's the best, is when you have all these low expectations.
I felt the same way when the first time I played Mothership with Matt. Matt was the first. In fact, he's the only one that's ever DM Mothership with me. I played it because Roger wanted to play it, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, man. We'll play this game. I don't care." Seriously, man. 20 minutes into the game, I was laughing my ass off. Roger and I were having a blast trying to fix the toilet, and it just never stopped. And then the next time we played, we had more fun. It just.
People got to break out of their own little shell sometimes.
Yep, absolutely.
That was really a fantastic game. I know we've talked about it, a couple times.
We always reference that game because it was so good.
Man, it was so good. There's like a guy that's like jamming a light bulb into his own eye, talking about he's got to get the.
I'm not a medic.
There.
It's not my concern.
And I'm like, I don't have time for this. I got a toilet to unplug. I got a list of shit to do. Like,
he was like the apprentice union guy, and I was like the journeyman, possibly the master. And so like, and my guy's like 65. His is like 20. So I was treating him like my son,
like the Yaphet Kotto and Harry Dean Stanton and Alien. Those two guys down below deck.
Can I address something that Paul just said? Because I've got to get it out of my system.
Sure.
Talking about
is that this or this is the Judge Dredd? Garth
yes. I never read his Judge Dredd. It's probably really good. His Punisher run, all 76 issues are excellent.
Yeah, I like those too.
Born,
those are good.
Platoon, The Cell. If you want to pick up a comic and read the Punisher and know what the Punisher is, read The Cell. I think it was 4 issues. It might have only been 3. It's part of a collection that I have. Good Lord, The Cell is a good story. Oh, so good. Yeah, and it doesn't hurt that he attracted the very best artist. Goran Pavlov, I think is the guy's name. I think he's from Argentina. He did, I think, the first 12 issues of the Punisher Max. And the closing panel. Really good. Yeah, the closing panel on, I think, issue 2 of the first of the Max run. I looked at it and I was like, that's what the Punisher looks like. He wasn't really handsome. He's late 50s, early 60s, but he's sitting at the table and someone's just desecrated his wife's grave, and both of his hands are on the table and he's looking up at the TV, and you can just feel the fury coming off of him, and he doesn't say shit. He's just sitting there, and it's like, I want to leave the room. Man, excellent work. Yeah, the end was really good. Yep.
Yeah, I like the first half of his the Preacher series too. It got a little crazy.
I just hate Steve Dillon's art, man.
Yeah,
all his people look exactly. They've all got the same weird nose. They're all too thin with a big head. Yeah, I love the story. Can't stand the art.
Yeah, that's fair.
And while we're on the subject of Judge Dredd, I regret getting rid of that game as a youngster. With the Games Workshop, the box.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I had that. And every time I see it, I'm like, oh.
I'm bummed that that Dredd movie didn't make any money, because I thought that was one of the best action movies.
Carl Urban.
It's
a damn masterpiece is what that movie is. It's a shame.
The only thing that movie needed, I wish it had like the sets that the Stallone movie had, and then all the gratuitous like violence of the regular. I like the sets.
I don't know. I think seeing Mama, whatever her name was, splat at the end.
I agree.
Gratuitous.
No, I agree. But I like the background, the Mega City, and the Stallone one better.
I don't know. I thought, but it also has one of the sexiest non-nude scenes I've ever seen in my life. When Mama is in the bathtub and she's smoking on the slow-mo.
Yeah.
And she lifts her hand up and the water droplets are coming down.
Yeah.
I don't know what it meant. I was entranced by that scene. And there's no skin being shown, dude. You see a bathtub with a face and a hand sticking out of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, that movie is so freaking good, dude.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, I'm sad they never made another one.
Sequel.
Yep.
Well, allegedly, they are going to make a sequel, and it's going to suck huge because
Carl Urban's not going to be in it.
No, he wants to do it. But
aren't they going to have like Judge Death and all that?
No, they have the guy that ruined Thor is supposedly doing
Oh no.
I'm out.
Taika Waititi?
Yeah, you're ruining
my
night.
Guy.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Oh God, take one of the coolest Marvel characters and make him a simp. Just
oh my God.
The other movie that I wish there was an RPG for, and Jason, you'd probably be way down with this, is District 9.
Hell yes.
Oh, God, I wish they did
that
it.
movie was Neil Blomkamp.
Yeah.
What an amazing movie, dude.
Yeah.
Here's $9 million. Go make a movie.
It's
okay.
Yeah. That movie is so good.
Great movie.
Yeah. And like that's one of those things where like I want to know more about that world. Like, please tell me more. Like, it's so cool.
Roger, I like this other movie.
Yeah, what was the other one called?
No, that wasn't Elysium. Elysium was good too.
He did
no, there was the one
with
Chappie. Yeah. I thought that one was good too. They're all in the same world, right? Aren't they all in the same?
Isn't Chappie in the same?
This is why Tuesday night is my favorite night of the week.
Yeah, because we stay right on topic.
No, because none of my other friends talk about this stuff, and I am to talk.
I know that's why I'm like spurging out on the keyboard every Tuesday.
What's a good
Moon? Moon was a great movie.
Oh my God, yeah, that's Boney's son made Moon, didn't he?
That's on my list. That's on my list. That's with what's his name?
Duncan.
He's
Jones
like the only actor in the. Who's the
actor?
Sam
Rockwell. Sam Rockwell.
Right, Sam Rockwell. He's like the only actor in the movie.
That's a great movie. I love Moon.
It's good.
It's on my list. I have it.
Depressing,
queued up,
but
ready
I love
to watch.
It's depressing.
Yeah,
but it's good.
Is Paul the only one in the chat? Is that what I'm seeing?
No.
Maybe.
Is Jeff still with us?
No, there's more than that. There's more than that. I don't know. Paul's the only one that's actively talking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. District 9, that would be cool. I don't know what system would work for that.
Maybe like
Freely could do it.
Freely could just would
like
just do it.
You
could probably use
almost, like
it's just like Twilight 2000 and Aliens just smushed together. I mean, it's
right. Yeah. I mean, you could probably use the Year Zero engine and easily come up with something between the different games and stuff that they have.
And that was such a good movie.
Mm-hmm. And it made a good movie. I agree.
Buttload of money too. It was such a huge success.
Yeah, the only thing it got adapted into is a really bad board game. Cool Minis.
Oh, did they?
A terrible board game.
Never
it's
seen
terrible.
the board game.
It's not good.
I mean, it was unique for sure. It was sorely needed for its time.
Yeah, I think Jason, your video's lagging.
Blotchy again.
A little bit. Yeah. But yeah, that'd be interesting. What else we got to talk about? What else you guys want to talk about? That's
we didn't talk about You did Star Wars. You want to talk about Star Trek? I mean, Star Trek had the FASA game, and then I
love Star Trek.
Star Trek had the FASA game. Yeah, Star Trek didn't end up on my list because I don't think it works well as an
I
RPG.
don't think there's been many good RPGs for Star. I don't even like FASA.
They did the 2D20 system thing, and
the second edition, the second edition that came out from Modiphius is definitely better than the first edition. They streamlined it a little bit.
Oh, the first one was a mess. Then, I didn't even bother with the second one.
Yeah, they definitely simplified. They definitely simplified it some. I mean, there's a lot of meta currency stuff in it, which I'm not always the biggest fan of, but you're right. I mean, I think there is a weird thing of like, are you playing the Enterprise Junior or like, are you like, are you trying to?
That's a big problem. Is it military? Is it exploration? It's like
right, and that's the big problem. Like, I think it works better if you have your own ship, somebody's the captain, and you have the crew, but I don't know, because then now you've got a player that's in charge of everybody.
Right.
And that could go south.
Right.
So you almost
need to have the captain be an NPC to give everyone a direction.
Right.
But then you're going to railroad it So you're like, what do
Right.
you do?
Or you got to make the captain like an NPC that's player controlled, and then the players can kind of decide what the captain's. But I mean that's like really the only way to do it, unless the GM is the captain. But then it's a railroad. So
that almost seems to happen in a lot of military like campaigns. Is like, how do you?
Yeah, like I mean, the only other way to do it, right, would be like you're the away team. Right. And then like, every mission or every session is just another mission where you're like, oh, you go beam down here and you have to, do this thing or whatever. I don't know, but it's
and the person who loses, like the person who has to roll out a character every week definitely has a red shirt. So you gotta make them wear a red t-shirt.
Right. and so I think that Star Trek doesn't work well. Like
I don't think it does either.
If you do something like they did in Picard, and I know that that there's a lot of issues like with that show and stuff, but basically in Picard, right, they've got their own ship and they're a crew and they go and they do missions, right? But at that point, you're playing Star Wars.
Exactly.
You're in
That's
a Star
exactly
Wars
what
game.
I was gonna say.
You're a scum and villainy game, right? So you're not in. To me, that didn't feel like Star Trek.
Like, are you the Orion pirates, or maybe if you're Klingons, it might work.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, but if you're the Orion pirates or if you're the Klingons, again, I think you're playing a Star Wars game.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not playing a Star Trek game.
Yeah, I mean, what if you did?
You'd be on the Enterprise or whatever.
I think if I was going to do a Star Trek game, I'd do something like a Voyager kind of thing or Deep Space Nine.
Sure,
right?
Or like Deep Space Nine sounds because you're on a space state, you're in a fixed place, and you have to solve problems on that base.
Deep Space Nine, that as an RPG sounds like a railroad to me, because now you're just waiting for whatever the GM's going to throw at you.
That's
Voyager.
True
Voyager seems cool because that's a hex crawl with resource management.
Right. So throw
that's
throw
Forbidden
them
Lands.
Throw
whatever.
Throw them in a map and start them somewhere and say you have to go this direction, and then just use a generator to populate what they're running into. Like now you're playing like a more normal RPG.
Yeah.
Well, now you're playing like Traveler or something where you're like generating the hexes and the worlds as you go through.
I think that would work. Absolutely.
Which I think Traveler would be great to do a Voyager. Hey, here's an empty hex map. You're in this corner. You got to get back to this corner.
This one.
Yeah.
This is how many resources you have. And then you just go through and randomly generate all the worlds and like what resources they have and all of that.
Wheeling and dealing with aliens or stealing.
You use stars without number. You could generate all the stuff.
You generate all the stuff there. Yeah. And then you decide, oh, okay, this planet's rich in fuel. Like, how do you want to do it? Or like, are they hostile? Like, do you want to try and trade with them? Do you want to try and do you want to try?
There you go. 10 minutes of discussion. You made Star Trek work.
Don't you think it's cool though, having a holodeck where like if you're doing a Star Trek campaign and then like you do play 3 sessions and then now you can do 2 sessions of like, hey, it's what was the gangster game that you that's literally what they did.
That would be awesome.
I mean, I always thought that'd be kind of fun. Like you're doing these little nested games inside of the holodeck while you're playing a Star Trek game.
I would purposely put on the holodeck episodes of torment my wife.
Definitely. Voyager, as a West Marches hex crawl, I think. I think that works. That works perfect.
Yeah, I think so too.
That works perfect. And you have all that going for you and everything. I think it works great. And then I think you can have a player that's the captain.
Right.
And
they decide what to do. Are we going to steal this resource? Or are we going to try to negotiate?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get a renegade badass captain,
Yeah.
It's got a Federation badge. It's kind of cool. I like that concept.
Yeah. But, and you're just trying to get home. So you just go through. No one cares, Death Angel.
I do.
No one. You're the only one.
I love Babylon 5. I'm with Death Angel.
Never watched it.
Now it's time to end the show. Sorry, guys,
we're out of time.
As long as we don't get into Crusade, that was horrible. But I love Babylon 5.
Death Angel, he's a Babylon 5 guy.
So am I. I love Babylon 5.
Well, Yeah. Well, he's hopefully coming to CNY. You guys can get together and
Yeah.
talk about how great Babylon 5 is and try and convince me to
Probably
watch
be
it.
the only two, I'm sure.
There are dozens of us, dozens.
I know. I don't care. I'll go down loving that movie or TV show. Love it. Paul's right about Ronald Moore too.
Yeah. That would have been cool. I liked that like in the Borg episodes there, when they finally got rid of the Borg and stuff, they were like going to take the Borg stuff out, and they were like, oh, but it's like increased our engine efficiency or whatever. So like, okay, yeah, just leave it. So like that would have been fantastic if they just kept the modifications and everything going, and then it's just a completely different ship, you know. So
yeah.
So
the
Borg
always were good for ratings.
Paul, I think you and I are going to disagree on everything.
I love Babylon 5. I'm with them guys, man.
Well, I don't know. I guess
it's got a first season
I should
that's
get around
slow,
to...
like the rest. Like, I mean, their first season's almost bad, but I mean, you gotta kind of pay attention to it, and then once you get into the second season, it just jumps right off. It's really fun.
It's true. I will try and watch it at some point.
Every science fiction show, the first season always blows usually, like as a default. But if you're
trying to find their
and
feet,
stay in, right, because you're introducing the characters, and like sometimes the characters suck, and then you start to like them, you know.
Yeah, maybe I'll try and watch it, Paul. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll.
There's something there. There's something there
that I like.
If you get rid of the 90s, like you know, maybe have a few Zimas before you watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I like JMS too. I think he's great.
Okay.
Well,
yeah. We'll check it out. What else did we miss, Matt? Did we miss anything else? No, you're you got the mental list going.
I think we covered everything I had.
I know. I feel like I came to brought a knife to a gunfight on this one.
There you go, Paul.
Everything.
You can get with Death Angel and get on the show and talk about Babylon 5 there.
Babylon 5's great. I'm with you guys there.
I mean, I was on Death Angel's show, so you know.
We didn't talk much about Conan or Conan.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely
what's your favorite version?
Yeah, I hear the new one that came out is getting pretty positive feedback.
Oh,
the monolith.
Yeah, I have the board game with all the miniatures, like the first couple expansions.
I want to check out the monolith one, definitely.
Yeah, Ron from Page just ran it last weekend and gave it very positive feedback. Yeah, so
I'd have to check it out. I always wanted to get their Solomon Kane board game. That one looked really good. It's like a lot of money.
One that I wasn't in love with, I think it's well made. I just think it's the wrong rule set is, and this is probably not the right group for this, but Avatar: The Last Airbender. Magpie made the RPG for that, and production quality is great. It's a nice product. It's powered by the Apocalypse.
It's powered by the Apocalypse. Yeah,
I don't really have anything against Powered by the Apocalypse. It's not my favorite rule set, but like Monster of the Week, I like. Like there's games. That
Monster of the Week does that.
Yeah,
Powered by Apocalypse.
Brindlewood Bay is a similar system. I don't have an issue with the system or its derivatives, but like Avatar, just by its nature, is like should be a combat heavy sort of rich character development tree kind of game, and it's just not. It's in this narrative system. It just feels like a weird choice.
I got the RPG, the Avatar RPG. I backed it because there were some friends of mine that were into it, and they said to, get it. Whatever. I tried watching the show, the cartoon, and I don't know if I think I finished season 1 because as far as I got, and it's like a little
I
too.
like it.
I
I
get through
watched
it.
it. It's like
It's a little too kid
it is. It was on
oriented for
Nickelodeon,
me.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
But people say it gets better.
It does.
So,
I mean, it's got some adult themes to it as it goes. It's what was my son's
Paul
like
loves
favorite.
PBTA, which we knew because I'm not a fan. So
I like it. It's just what we talked about before. Like, does the system match with? Do you feel like you're in Avatar when you're playing with that rule set? And I don't. I personally don't. I feel like it's mismatched.
Right.
I'd like to answer.
I think PBTA is fine for. Yeah, I'm going to get there in 1 second, Vince. PBTA, I think it's fine for one shots and maybe short stuff. Like I'm not a big like long form gamer with that system. Like I played Monster of the Week. We did like a short campaign with it. I was a player in, and I think it was fine. Mm-hmm. I think it was fine.
Yeah, I've heard it's good in an episodic kind of.
But doing a whole thing, it just didn't. I don't know. I just don't think it works long form. But Thundar the Barbarian.
Yeah. What would you run in?
I've got a system for that, and that's this right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is American Survival Guide.
It really is. It's crawling under the broken moon.
Crawling under the broken moon.
Yep.
He's got the whole story. If you read the story, about the meteor passing between the Earth and the moon and all of that. I mean, it's all in there.
I think there's even like car combat and stuff in it.
Vehicular combat and stuff. All that's in there. You can use Hyperborea for it. I think it would work fine. This is kind of the American Survival Guide has like the races and stuff in there for Ookla the Mock and all of that. So I mean, I think that
I think you still need DCC to run it, though.
Well,
or MCC, right?
Yeah, I would use DCC over MCC with this because this is originally written for
it
DCC.
Was, yep.
But yeah, I mean that's, I think that would work.
Have you ever? This is a sort of a weird one, but are you familiar with this? The Night's Black Agents and the Dracula dossier.
No, I am not.
So it's like a gumshoe system game, but
really,
it's a really weird kind of interesting thing that they did. The idea is like Dracula the novel is basically the source book for this whole Dracula thing, and it basically converts stuff in Dracula. They have this like edited up, marked up version of the actual Dracula book. And it's like an in-game item that's like full of information that like ties to what's going on in the campaign. It's sort of a weird, interesting thing that they made. Yeah.
Including the recipe to chicken poppycock.
I haven't actually played
it. They put in that book,
but
my wife made the one.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird.
The Bram Stoker's chicken poppycock.
Cool. Yeah, that's interesting. For like a Buffy or like a Supernatural, I would use Monster of the Week.
Yeah, for sure.
For that, I mean,
didn't Buffy have a role playing game? I thought it did.
I think Buffy did. Yeah,
didn't X-Files have one too? Maybe not. Maybe not.
I know Herc and Tina did. I remember that.
Yep. Yes. Wasn't that like the last? Wasn't that like the last West End Games release?
I think it was. I think you're
maybe.
Right.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think you're right. And like the more heroic things you did, the more dice you got.
Supposedly it's a good game.
I remember playing that, and I liked it.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. See if I can find it.
Yeah.
I think. I've pretty much exhausted my pile. I mean, I'm looking and seeing what I got. That's we covered a lot of games.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I don't have a lot of IP as much as I thought I did, and you guys pretty much covered what I had.
I'll start pulling out like weird stuff, like this guy here.
Oh, everyone is John is cool.
This
What's
is
the one
like
where
Is that the
being John Malkovich.
Is it? Oh God, that's crazy.
what's the one where what's the There's the
Oh.
dolphin one too. Is another crazy. It's like everyone
What?
is dolphins or something.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
like a
Everything is dolphins. That's another
Everything is
crazy one. If you
dolphins,
want
there
to
you
play a
go.
weird one, yeah, it's by the
like a
guy who did
Hitchhiker's.
1,000-Year
Sounds
Vampire.
like Hitchhiker's Guide.
Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, that's cool. What? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we covered. We covered a ton of stuff.
Anyone venture into the Doctor Who?
We can talk about this.
I have it. I have
guys
the
read
Doctor
this?
Who.
We could talk
and I
about
have
that.
the
I wanted
Monty
to get
Python.
that.
I don't know, the Doctor Who I considered running. There's not enough people that I know that are into it.
Isn't it like you guys were
play it,
saying though? There's one guy that's like the Time Lord, and everyone else is just kind of
yes.
you know
Everybody
what I
else is
mean?
the companion and stuff.
Just carrying his water or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only interesting thing that I really like about it is that like talkers like fighters go last.
The initiative order,
So, like,
yeah,
runners, it's talkers, runners, doers, fighters.
yeah.
Like that's the initiative order.
We talked about this before, but they stole that for Land of Eam.
Yeah,
which it is technically an adaptation. This is from a series of novels, and then there's the graphic novels too that they're set in the same world, but they use that same initiative order in this.
I agree, Death Angels, by the way.
Yeah, what with this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Did
you guys get the Monty Python when it was on sale for $10 on Black Friday?
No, I backed the Kickstarter and paid $100 for it.
No. Wait,
but I got a set of plastic
10
coconuts.
for the PDF?
No, the hardback was $10.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
overprinted it or something.
Pardon my French.
But did you get an official set of plastic coconuts?
Oh, I bought somebody else's Kickstarter for less than they paid for it. So that
perfect.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's a good business to be in, I think.
Yeah, I've probably half of my Kickstarters anymore I just noticed that as soon as they come out, people dump them right away for less than they were. So
it's crazy. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Nuts.
Yeah.
People do that all the time.
I have to keep an eye out. I always thought there'd be more because people are sought after.
It depends.
It depends
on
what it is.
Yeah.
So,
Land of Eam is shockingly not. It's weird. It's got it feels like it should be more of a kid's game than it is. It's actually really not like it's a fully formed, fully featured RPG rule set. That is slightly like the kid art. It's very Muppet. It feels very Muppety, but like it's really like not as kid focused as you would think. So it's pretty good. Just happens to have sort of overly cartoony art for whatever reason. But
yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out. Because I saw the art on it and thought that it was more like a kid.
Can you go all Meet the Feebles with it?
Yeah, it's a little bit silly. It's definitely not grimdark, but it's also not. It's a serious game. Like it's not
really.
It's a kid's game.
Yeah. Because the art kind of says otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll have to check that out. This is my these are my coconuts.
Nice. Oh,
okay. So that's okay. Yeah, can you play a Fraggle? Yeah, can you run a Fraggle game with Land of Eam?
Yeah, there's definitely weird character
like making a bunch of drow Fraggle.
Yeah.
Like evil
Fraggles. The rules aren't kitty, Paul says. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to check out the Land of Eam. Like I said, I looked at it and just
you can
saw
play
the
as
cover
a gelatinous goo.
There you go. Yeah.
Goblins, gnomes, imps. Yeah, I mean you can be a little mushroom guy. Like there's definitely you can be a skeleton. That's any game you can play as a skeleton. I'm down with.
You're in.
All right. I'll have to definitely check that out then. Yeah, wow. So we're a little past the 4-hour mark. So
Probably.
I think
Yeah.
it's probably a good time to call it.
Yeah.
So thanks everybody for coming. I keep forgetting to tell everybody this, but like, share, subscribe
all the
to
things.
Decato's channel. Matt, he doesn't have a channel yet, but yeah, I'm sure one's coming, right? Gonna have a no. Vince, what about you? You got a channel yet, or
Not yet.
that's the thing to do? Everybody needs a YouTube channel. Everybody needs to have their own YouTube channel.
I'm waiting
gotta
on the
get-
carpentry one from Jason.
Yeah, we got to get Jason to start Carpentry and Crusades. Is that the?
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Carpentry and Crusades.
we got to keep pushing them on
Well,
that. Yeah, yeah.
You
Paul,
guys
we're
start
just
building
gonna,
your table.
we should do that. Maybe
Love it.
maybe next year we'll do like a marathon. We'll see if we can stream for like 48 hours and just people can drop in and drop out.
If
When they
Jason's got like a
nap
table
or
saw,
whatever.
we can just get role playing games that we don't like and just have them saw them. And
oh, have
Puzzle.
a table saw. Oh, that'd be cool.
wouldn't that be great?
That'd be cool. That'd be great. That'd be great.
Like, we don't like this game. Saw it in half, Jason. Like, everyone goes thumbs up or down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. And then we
The
do it.
vote.
Yeah. Oh man, that'd be cool. So yeah, so I think we covered that. So that was TV to tabletop.
Yeah. Movies.
So
too.
not sure what we're gonna do next week yet, but we'll put put that out pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Paul. It's gonna be awesome.
Don't put Jason in
So-
charge of that. There'll be way too many casualties.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Or
I
worse,
wanna
you could
see
force
it.
people to play them. Yeah.
That's a selling point.
So we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys next week. We're definitely gonna do that. Yeah, Jason messaged me and said great show. His internet died, so
Yeah.
he couldn't do that. But yeah, everybody out there have a good have a Merry Christmas and
Yeah,
all
Merry
of that. And we'll see you before New Year, or whatever, I guess, Happy Boxing Day if you're in Canada, or whatever. I don't know, whatever the list is that's this week. I don't know. But yeah, so we'll see you guys next Tuesday. We'll be here again, maybe for another 4 hours, talking about something without any tangents as usual. And
Right on track
yeah.
the whole time.
and right on track the whole time, like always, right?
Yeah.
So we'll electric carving knife. Yeah, we'll have to do that on Christmas. What game we'll face. Anyways, we'll see you guys on the other side. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks everybody for
Take it easy,
watching.
guys. Merry Christmas. Thanks
You
for
all.
Merry
having me on.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Take care, guys.